Hi. How are we? Like it's gonna be a while before we get everybody in here. Yeah, this tier list is missing some games. I'm gonna have to find these on my own at some point. Or we'll just use replacements for some of them. Is that music too loud? I'll leave it for now. I was like, I need some background music. Because we're going with Final Fantasy. Surprise, surprise. I think this is Final Fantasy VIII. Yeah, what's missing from here? I'm pretty sure X2's here. Yeah, X2's here. Ranger of Paradise is here. Tactics War Alliance, Surge Cerberus, Crisis Core. Remake Rebirth, Tape 0, 13.2, 13.3. Oh, Chocobo Racing is not on this list, so I'll move one of the Chocobo games up. Chronicles is Dissidia is Final Fantasy Legend is Barline with Final Fantasy Adventure, Mystic Quest. Maybe they are all there. Except for Chocobo Racing. Why is Chocobo Racing not on this list? I will sub in Chocobo Tales, I guess, as a replacement for that one. Anyways. And I can still rank some of these games that I have played. I can't believe they put so many Chocobo games on here, but not Chocobo Racing. Like the most important spin-off game of the entire series. Armor said I should wait. Just a little. So we will wait just a touch. But this is mostly for me to get my feelings in order. More than anything. But we'll give it a sec. I did have a list, actually, in order of all the mainline games. I refer to that. Though, I wonder if my feelings have changed on any of those games. I honestly, Final Fantasy VII is such an interesting game because I don't really like its music inside of 7, but anytime it gets like remixed or reorchestrated, I always love it. Yeah, 7's got really good music, but a really, in my opinion, a not so good sound font, so kinda hurts the experience. What I was gonna look up. Oh yeah. There we go, that's what I want. Just missing again? 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10. Okay, this is missing a few games. Whatever, I'll slot them in. Okie dokes. Why don't we get started? Actually, I'll give it another minute. Good start. We had a coffee. Steak. Weird to look back. I can't believe when we did the marathon, 2 was the first game we played, and I find that very odd. Why is it so dark? Am I crazy? Is anybody seeing this? monitor's been having some weird lighting issues lately. Whatever. What song is this? Hold on. Oh yeah, I thought this was 7. I'm gonna try and keep it to the official stuff. Okay, so where do I even start? I'm debating if I should start with the mainline games, and like especially in like the way that I played them, or just in whatever order. Probably easiest to go in order. Okay. I almost feel like I need to add another tier. Yeah, fuck it. I think I'll change my mind a couple times, but we'll go with that for now. Okay, well, get us started. I don't know. I don't know if I can rank Final Fantasy 1 any higher, honestly. It's like, I don't know. It's such a weird thing because it's like not inherently a bad game. I would just say that like I went into all these games with like no nostalgia, no feelings of like, you know, caring about their legacy or like what they mean and all that stuff. I'm going through these games nowadays and I'm ranking them as if they're coming out nowadays. And I don't know, Final Fantasy 1 is a fine game, honestly. But it's so barren of anything that makes the other games fun. It's like it has no story, it has no characters. The combat is very simple. And like I would say that really the best thing you're getting out of it is a bit of replayability with whichever team you pick. But even then, I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm eager to go back to 1 ever again. Too sad. Hence. I just can't quite. I can't quite convince myself. Fuck it, let's go with this. Yeah, I don't think I can rank it any higher. It's not my least favorite game, especially out of the main series games, but it's you know, it is what it is. And I even played the Pixel Remaster version. I played the most like visually up-to-date version with some fixes. It had like really good music. All the music was reorchestrated. It's not as good compared to the rest of the games. Then we have 2. I should probably should I put it down here? Oh, that feels too mean. It's definitely, Final Fantasy 2 is definitely behind Final Fantasy 1. Hold on. Must be coming in faded. I wonder if there's a better way for me to do this. Hold on, give me just a sec. With anything nefarious? No. I'm gonna fix something. Remove that. I'm about to mess everything up, don't mind me. Ah. Oh my god, it's still faded. Why is it doing that? Okay, let me bring that back if I can. There we go. Why are you faded? What have I done? Whatever. Oh yeah, Final Fantasy 2. I just... Ugh. Final Fantasy 2 is... It's interesting because it has a lot of the things that I complained about with Final Fantasy 1. Like, it actually has characters, it has a story. Not that I'm a big fan of many of those characters in story, mostly because they're very one note or no notes. But 2 does a lot with its gameplay that I just don't like. I think the idea of having a game where you know, grow your characters based on how you play, that's cool. Like, it really lets you fine-tune how you want your team to be. Like, right from the jump, you can be like, this person is gonna be a mage, I'm gonna give them all my magic, and they will just naturally turn into a mage, pretty much. Same thing with all the different weapons and stuff. My issue with the weapons, I guess, a little bit, is that it's all just different kinds of damage, and I don't think, or at least maybe I never noticed a huge difference. Like, maybe it's possible that there's enemies who are only weak to lances or axes, and then other enemies are more weak to swords and knives. But, like, really the best thing just felt like to, I don't know, divvy up your weapons and give them to different people, but by the end, the best weapons are, like, a sword, I think, and then, like, a axe, maybe. It's just, it ends up feeling kind of pointless and, like, a little too samey. For any of your, like, frontline melee people, it's really just dividing up the weapons and handing them out to everybody and saying, you're our lanceman. Sucks, but you won't have the best weapon by the end of the game. Bloodsword's going to whoever. I also didn't like how magic worked. I can't remember exactly now how magic worked in every game. But I remember specifically in, I remember specifically in Final Fantasy II that anytime you used, all magic, like when you targeted the entire enemy side, there's a wasp in my room, help, get it! I just remember in Final Fantasy II, if I ever wanted to hit a large group of enemies with magic, it was, like, impossible. Let me turn that down just a touch. Oh yeah, it would, like, divide the damage weird. Anyways, 2 just has a lot of problems that really didn't work for me. I don't have a fly swatter. Get it, punch it, attack it. What was my other problem with 2? Yeah, I felt like the leveling system didn't really work. Magic really didn't feel as satisfying. Ultima is supposed to be this amazing magic, and it felt pretty lackluster compared to just everything else that we'd learned at that point. Oh, other things I really didn't like. I did not like it was, again, a neat idea, but I don't think it really paid off, was using the like talking keyword system. It's like a neat idea, but it pretty much just turns into you walking up to every important NPC and spamming all of your different options until something triggers the next part of the story. Neat idea, but I don't know, I didn't really care for it that much. My other big gripe about Final Fantasy II is that the oscillating fourth party member of your party, and how you can never really plan your entire party because the fourth member is always changing. You kind of need to plan out Firion, Maria, and Guy to be your full party throughout the entire game, and then just whatever the fourth person brings, yay, I guess, like, you just deal with it. And then by the time I got Leon at the very end of Final Fantasy II, he sucked. He was like way under leveled, and like, let it be known, I pretty much played all these games very like swiftly, start to finish, no messing around. So I have no idea why he was so bad in comparison to the rest of my team. I really don't know. It was odd, to say the least. I'm going to see if I can fix this one more time because I can't stop looking at it. Captures. Like, none of that would change it. I think my everything is just fucked. No, that won't fix it. Will this fix it? Nope. Will this fix it? Nope. What if I do this? Oh, we already tried this. Didn't I? Oh, is it because I've changed it to an HDR display? Is that really causing that many problems? What if I undid it? One sec. This might ruin everything. A warning. Yeah, fuck it. Hello. Okay, we're still going. We're still live. I didn't break everything. Oh, geez. Okay, hold on. So I fixed it, but now I've done something else. Hold on. I'm just gonna delete that. Yay! Oh my god, so much better. Anyway. Okay, so yeah, Final Fantasy 2. A lot of neat ideas. I don't really like any of them. I don't like any of the changes they made. But what do you do? I think they tried some cool things. I don't really like any of them. And honestly, I would rather play Final Fantasy 1 any day over 2. Which is why I'm debating their placement right now, but we'll come back to this. Okay, anyways, on to Final Fantasy 3, which I think is strictly just a better game than 1 in every way. I think 3 is like 1-2, like, you know, like 10-2. 13 is 1-2. I just think it is everything the first game wanted to be, but better. Once again, there's not as much of a focus on the main characters, but we actually start to get more interesting side characters in this game. Again, don't get me wrong, they're not amazing, but like, I liked a lot of the people who helped you get the crystals and stuff. Like, I can't remember his name, but he ends up like sacrificing himself in the fire temple or something, and he realizes he's like a djinn. I can't remember the exact story about him, but like, I thought it was really cool to see these characters that we met. Oh, and Sid in 3. I think that's his first. No, he's in 2. He's really cool in 2, actually. Yeah, 3 introduces like job systems as a mechanic, and I love it. I find 3 to be probably just like the most perfect and like simple, satisfying experience. Hi, Kay. We have to retrain the the auto mod. How are you? Hi. We're just getting started. What was I saying about 3? Yeah, just 3 is super simple. Short, well, not short, but sweet, simple, doesn't overcomplicate things. Again, I was playing the Pixel Remaster, so I knew that I wasn't dealing with the I'm doing good. I'm awake. I'm ready to let all my feelings out about these games. I've been waiting for this for a long time. Thank you for Sippies. Oh, do you like my shirt? Should have got a larger size. I feel like I'm gonna explode out of this thing. But it's the Uniqlo Moogle shirt. It's so cute. I love it. It is comfy, so at least there's that. Oh, nice. They I think they did a promotion with Uniqlo like a couple years ago, and I didn't really care as much then. But I love Mog from 6, so I knew I had to get this one. Well, which ones did you get? Anyways, what else about 3? Oh yeah, I didn't have to deal with the job swap fatigue thing that was in earlier versions of 3, which sounds awful. But Pixel Remaster didn't have that. And I just felt like I could have a lot of fun with trying out different parties and sort of like I kind of like specified certain characters into different roles. I'm just gonna move around the music. Like I always had a healer. I always had a attack mage, like a black mage or red mage or magus, whoever I needed at the time. I think they were a summoner at one point or an evoker. And then I had like my tank characters, so they were like a warrior, then a knight, then Viking, I think was the other one. Oh yeah. And then a DPS character, you know. Good job, Beeper. Proud of you. 3 isn't without its issues. Obviously, the main characters are lifeless. 3, I don't know if Pixel Remaster is unique in this, but like they do talk a little bit, your party amongst each other briefly. So I wouldn't really consider the party to be much of a character. And then obviously, you know, the job system's great, but it only goes so deep. So I wouldn't say it's like amazing. But it's there and it's cool and it's like the start of it. And again, I'm not trying to rank any of these based on, oh, it was the first of its time to do this. I just really like 3. I played it like a year ago and I loved it. I got 2, the one you have, 2 of the yellow one with the pocket that has, oh, that one's so cute. And then the 16 one. Yes. This was the main one I wanted. I really should. I'm like, should I have gotten a bigger size? Nah. Yeah, I love these. I love this fucking shirt. Anyway. What else do I have to say about 3? I think that's mostly it. I just think 3 is really good. Short or not short, but simple and sweet. Yeah, that was the main one I wanted. It's so good. It's so good. Anything with a mono art on it. I think this is a mono. Pretty sure. Yeah. Love it. I got it literally like 5 minutes after it dropped. Me too. Me too. I've been waiting. Okay, let's talk about Final Fantasy 4. I'm really gonna have to move this stuff around. So 4 I feel like is one that people really like. And I just do not like, oh, good music. I do not like 4. I liked 4 when I started it. 4, I would say for its first half, maybe first third, is like really good. I think this is the first Final Fantasy game to really nail like a story and like really go for it. Name characters everywhere. Story seems to be the focus of 4, especially because after 3 and 2, actually for that matter, 4 really pulls back on party creativity and like your hi farmer. 4 really pulls back on your decisions as a player in terms of gameplay. Like, there is no more customizing your party besides their gear. Everybody levels into what they already are and only gets stronger at the thing that they're already doing. Like, Cecil will turn into a paladin. I don't know if you can turn him back into a Dark Knight. I don't think you can. I didn't, but whatever. Like, Cecil will become a paladin, and he will stay a paladin, and he will learn 3 white mage abilities, and that is it. Beeper, are you already subbed? I think you were the one that gifted them the sub that stream or 2 ago. My memory tells me I promised Beeper a sub. I think you gifted subs randomly, and Beeper was like, why me specifically? And you were like, oh, I just gifted them and it gave it to whoever, and I think that's why. As far as I'm aware. Yeah, 4... I love the party makeup system. I love doing what I want with each character. And 4 just, like, it like, again, it starts really strong, and I feel like it just gets like less and less interesting as it goes along. Mostly just because eventually all your party members have all the best stuff that they're gonna have. Rosa, I think is her name, she gets all of her white mage stuff. Rydia gets like a million summons that you do kind of have to work for, but like she's kind of done near the end of the game. Edge doesn't seem to get any better. I did not like Edge. And Kayn gets jump and that's it. Like he doesn't get anything else. People really like Kayn, which is why I'm always so hesitant to sort of hate on him. Sorry, fixing up some music. Final Fantasy 14 music, yes please. Actually, you know what? We are playing... I've marked this as a 14 stream. I should probably only be playing 14 music. Let me fix that. We will keep this going afterwards. Anyway, I'll play some more 13 though, because I love 13 music. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, and then I think 4 really shit the bed by the end, and like the story. I didn't mind the going to space thing. I didn't mind the Golbez being a good guy thing. I actually like Golbez a lot. I didn't mind Zeramis having 2 forms at the end, but it's kind of random and pointless. I didn't like that my party sucked by the end of the game, and because I said, like I said, you don't get to choose how your party is made. It just exists. Edge was terrible, and I think Kayn wasn't that great. I remember my strategy ended up being letting those 2 die, and then when you have less party members, Rosa's heals are stronger because she only has to divide them amongst 3 people, and that's how I won. Like, not really that exciting of a finale, and maybe that's my fault, but I also beat Bahamut on the moon. Like, I beat the Giga Flare or Mega Flare countdown, and I'm like, that seems pretty significant. Like, I don't know. I felt like I'd done everything I could have, and I was just really disappointed by the ending. The highlight of Final Fantasy IV is Cid. It's maybe one of my favorite Cids in the entire series. He is like a crazy gnome engineer man, and he like blows himself up, and it's ridiculous, and I love him. A really big problem I have about Final Fantasy IV is that it pulls all of its emotional punches. Like Palom and Param, are those their names? I can't remember. They like sacrifice themselves to save you during a trap in one of the castles, and then they turn to stone, and you're like, these children just like gave their lives to save you, and then later on in the game they're just like, oh, we're fine, we got fixed. Like, what's his face, Wizard Man came and saved us. And then like Rydia comes back as like a fully grown woman for some reason. The monk guy who sacrifices himself during the Tower of Zot raid or something, he dies and sacrifices himself and then comes back no problem. Cid comes back after exploding. There's probably another one in there where somebody like sacrifices themselves and then they're just fine. Really thought that was kind of a bit of a wasted opportunity, and like I really felt like I felt it when those people gave their lives to help us, but then I just felt so like robbed of an experience when they just came back. So really disappointed in 4. Again, liked it at the beginning, and then I think it just lost me as the game went along. What do you do? People really like it. That's gonna be me with a lot of these games. Speaking of, fuck it, Final Fantasy V. I could talk about Final Fantasy V forever. We're gonna keep this short and sweet because we got lots of games to talk about. But I think Final Fantasy V, when something that really bugs me and that I've seen as I've been playing these games and looking at what people talk about online, is so many people have this idea of what a real Final Fantasy game is. And I find that so disappointing. I find that so silly. I think that people are very nostalgic, understandably, and attached to these games. And I think they really let that not cloud their judgment, but it gets in the way of letting them like enjoy other games in the series, or it gives them this idea of what other games should be like. And I get that. Like, you know, that happens with any sort of game, like Mario. Like, I don't know why this is the first example I'm thinking of, but like Mario Party, when they added in like a cart that everybody wrote in, everybody hated it, and they're like, this isn't Mario Party. But like, they will never see the truth with such clouded eyes. And like, it's the thing with Final Fantasy is that I totally understand that from 1 to 6, Final Fantasy was very similar. And then 7 started to change it, 8 changed it as well, 9 changed it again, 10 changed it again. As I've played every single game, and like I guess the side games maybe don't help with this, but we'll include them anyway. Final Fantasy is oh shit, you did. Sorry, Rebirth has left my brain because I've just been playing so many of these fucking games. But Final Fantasy is whatever you want it to be, in my opinion. And like, I'm just one guy, but I have now played like all of them, and I really do think even in the mainline games, beyond 6, these games are so different. All of them are so different. Like, story-wise, aesthetics, like tone, gameplay, like these games are so different. Just because a lot of them are turn-based doesn't mean that those games even play similarly. Like, between all these games that I've just talked about, I've only talked about the first 5. I've barely even mentioned 5 actually yet. But between all these games, they all play very differently. Again, they're all turn-based, but they all have very different systems. I just think it's really silly and stupid to say that any game in the series is not a Final Fantasy game. You could say this isn't a turn-based Final Fantasy game, and that's about all the weight your argument really has in my eyes. I'm just one guy, but I've played all of them. That's my flex. No. But I just think it's really ridiculous to make that dismissive of a statement when all the games are different. So that's my that's my feelings on that. Anyway, Final Fantasy V. I love Final Fantasy V. I think. Oh yeah, why I even said that. Final Fantasy V to me is maybe the truest essence of what a Final Fantasy game is, in my opinion. That does not mean that any other game is not a Final Fantasy game, but like, I think to everybody, they have their Final Fantasy game, and 5 is mine. It has really good characters, I would say. The only one that I would say kinda lacks behind a little bit is Bloopus. Hi, K9. We're talking about Final Fantasy, all of them, but 5 right now. You are here just in time. Hold on, I need to look up her name, which does not bode well for the fact that I can't remember her name every time I think of her. Her name is it Lena? She's like one of the main characters. Yeah, Lena. I would say Lena is the only one of the main party that I sort of forget about a little bit, but she does do some like awesome stuff. Like, she sacrifices, well, not sacrifices, but she puts herself in danger a lot to help others. And she's very selfless, so like, she's not as generic as I was worried about, but as you can see, I do sort of forget about her. Everybody else in the party is great. Maybe Bartz is kind of in the middle. I feel like he's pretty like generic, you know, self-insert, just a good guy, but like his story is kind of brief and we don't touch on it as much. Something, his old village, his dad passed away, blah blah blah. But I like love Ferris, I love Galuf, I love Kryl. Honestly, I thought I was gonna hate Kryl. I really like Kryl. And then like all the different characters you meet on your journey, like Final Fantasy V has this wonderful like one of my friends always describes it as like Saturday morning cartoon vibes, and it's just like fun, but like it has like these serious moments that work really well. I will say one of the weaker points for Final Fantasy V is its villain. I think Exdeath is pretty generic and boring. His final boss final form is really cool, but like besides that, Exdeath is just like a generic evil guy. and like with very little character to him. I don't love him, unfortunately. But everybody else, all the characters, the story just lifts it up and makes it so fun. Um, it's not even like that amazing of a story, but like its writing and its moments are all great and hit really well. I will say that I'm messing around with my music. Wait, which battle music is this? Is this 4 or 3? Whatever. Oh, it's probably 3. Um, there's one scene, and I won't get into every scene, but there's one scene in this that's really sad, and it's done really, really well. And if you know anything about a lot of, like, I think we've all had this moment where you're playing, like, an RPG or any game, and, like, even in movies, where someone will get injured, but throughout the game, you've had, like, revive magic, curative magics, Phoenix Downs, all that shit. And you just like fix the problem, whatever. But then like, of course, they can die outside of battle, and like, why? That's stupid. Like we've seen that these magics work to save people from death. Why doesn't that work in the cutscene? And they address that in 5, and it's awesome, and it makes one of the scenes really powerful and sad. So big ups for 5. I've talked only about story and characters. I should talk about the gameplay. It's literally, so if Final Fantasy 3 is Final Fantasy 1-2, Final Fantasy 5 is Final Fantasy 3-2. It's just like everything is better. Good so far. Just yapping about Final Fantasy. Oh wait, I didn't show you this. I got one of the Uniqlo shirts. Hold on, I'm just gonna look. Get out of the way. Look at it, my baby. I fucking love it. I was like, I have to wear this today. If I'm gonna wear this any day on stream, it has to be this one. It's so good. It's I'm almost positive it's Mog from Final Fantasy VI. Yeah, I love it. I love it. Mog, we'll get to Mog in just a sec, but I love this shirt. And it's a really nice pink too. I don't have enough pink things. But yeah, Final Fantasy V. Okay, so like gameplay wise, this is, again, I talked about the job system. I love the job system. Final Fantasy 6 or 5 leans even more into the job system and sort of weaving the jobs that you learn into the next one. I can't tell because you just look pink in general. I mean, yes, my like red cheeks, but also the lights. So that's fair. Yeah, the bed sheets look pink, don't they? Especially today. They're gray. If that gives you an idea of how messed up my lighting is. They're gray. Like gray, millennial gray. It's also probably just my lights, but whatever. Final Fantasy V gameplay. Oh, okay, so like how the job system works is like, as you get better at one job, you can then sort of insert those abilities into another job that you're working on now. So it really weaves this path of like, this person's gonna be my tank. Teach them their tank abilities. Oh, we got a new sort of like tank adjacent job. Move them over to that tank and then give an ability from the previous tank to that tank. Like, it just flows really well. And then by the end of the game, you can go back to Freelancer and just have everything. Amazing. Like, so fun. I cannot get enough of 5's job system, and I think it is probably the best. The nice thing about it too is that it is like, it's not overly complicated. It's very cohesive. Oh my gosh, this song. We'll go away from that one for now. My shirt is a really nice pink, but the wall is pink. The pink bed is pink. You're pink. Everything's pink. I like pink. What can I say? Yeah, 5 has like just enough depth without being overcomplicated. All the abilities feel good. The solutions and strategies you come up with your team feel amazing. The characters are good. The story is fun and serious at the same time. It's just, 5 is so perfect for me. Like, does it have issues? Yeah, exactly. But like, I don't know. I think 5 clicks with me in such a perfect way. I love it. I love it. I love it. Anyway, moving on. I need to double check my opinions because I write them down a lot because I keep forgetting. Okay, I did put that above that, and I do think I feel that way. This might change in terms of like which letters they're all under, but Final Fantasy VI is good. I think out of all of the Final Fantasy games that I played, 6 is there is another one, but 6 is probably one of the games on this list that lived up to most of its expectations, most of its you know, reputation. It is huge. It is like a big ass epic story. Again, 5 continued to have a solid good story, but 6 sort of feels like it's going back to 4 in terms of like we're trying to tell a big grand story, and I think 6 nails it a lot better than 4 does. And then goes even further with it with bigger, more, it definitely has more characters, and those characters are all very different from one another, which is really great about 6, is that there are like 14 party members, I think, in Final Fantasy 6. And within those, I think there's 4 that are optional, and then you sort of need to make 4 separate parties of the remaining character, or 3 separate parties for the remaining characters for the finale. But then you have your final team of 4 to take on Kefka. I think what's really cool is that because there is such a variety of characters in Final Fantasy VI, every person who plays it ends up with their own favorite 4 for the finale. And I love that. I think that's really, really cool. The only problem for me with the cast of Final Fantasy VI is that no one ever really gets a chance to really shine. Everybody kind of goes through their little character arc, and then they might as well not exist in the game story-wise until their next story moment, which is probably not until the World of Ruin. So it's like, kind of in the very early game, you get like a lot of Terra, a lot of Locke, I guess, yeah, a lot of Edgar and whatnot. But then like as the game goes on, and especially once you go into the World of Ruin, everybody kind of gets one more little thing and then it's over, and that character just shuts their mouth for the rest of the game, sadly. I find that kind of unfortunate, and like there's not nearly as much like like mingling between the characters in your party. They don't really talk to each other enough, in my opinion. And it's like usually earlier in the game they do, but because of how complex the game is, especially in the later half, and because of how you can construct your party however you want, you can miss a lot of conversations with characters if you don't have that specific character with you when doing certain story missions. It's, again, it's like, I guess, replayability, but whatever. It's just like I wanted more of my favorite characters, and I really didn't get as much from them as I wanted. And then I feel like other characters sort of had their cool story moments, and then I could forget about them. Like, Terra is neat, but I feel like I really didn't get to know Terra enough, and I don't really care for her that much. What's her face? Celia? I feel like I always get her name wrong. She's the one that you play as at the start of the World of Ruin. She definitely gets a lot more story moments here and there, and I feel like she kind of gets a more dramatic and more intense moments. She does the opera scene, she does the whole scene with Cid at the beginning of the World of Ruin. Like, she gets a lot more than I think Terra does, and Terra is like a huge part of the story, and I just don't get anything out of her, unfortunately. Locke, I feel like I've forgotten everything that happens with Locke, honestly. Yeah, it's like quantity over quality is Final Fantasy VI. And it, again, it sort of runs into the problems with, well, actually, was gonna say, it runs into problems that Final Fantasy IV had with party members, but not really, because of Magicite, which sort of lets you customize each party member to be what you want them to be. But then underneath that all, everybody still has their own unique abilities, like, Terra has her, like, magic boost form, which I never used. Celia, or whatever her name is, has the runic ability, which I found very useful. Edgar has his tools. Locke has mug, or I guess it's probably just steel at the beginning. Everybody's got their little thing, and some are better than others, but I think that that was a really cool system as well. So you sort of like get an idea of what each character wants to be, and then you can like take them however you need to. I'm trying to remember who my final team was. I think it was Cyan, Mog, maybe Sabin, and there was one more. Who was my last member? I don't remember. Might have been Terra. But yeah, 6 Cyan. Is that not his name? Cyan? Yeah. Yeah, Mog was definitely on the team. Actually, I was gonna say Cyan. Am I saying his name wrong? It's Cyan, right? Or do you say Cyan? I say Cyan. I've said Cyan, especially if it's meant to be the color, my whole life. Anyways, Cyan. I love him. I think he's super awesome. I think he gets one of the best stories of any of the characters, especially because he's not really one of the like main members originally. I think he's great. I really liked him. But yeah, he was on my party. I can't remember everybody, but he was there for sure. Mog, I made Mog into my new favorite Dragoon. I thought Mog was so sick. Yes, represent. But yeah, I don't know. 6 is good. I do just find that some of the story beats kind of lose me. Well, it's not even really the story. It's just that the characters feel Cyan. Oh, okay. Cyan. Yeah, I just feel like the characters kind of lost me because there was too many. I say Cyan. Yeah, me too. At least I think I'm saying it how you're saying it. Yeah, I just kind of wish each of the characters could be fleshed out a little bit more. But like the story itself is really interesting, and I love Kefka. I think Kefka is my favorite villain. He's just insane. He's just like so fucking evil. He just wants to like rule everything and be fucking crazy, and it's like fun. Like I hate him, but like in a fun way. Like I want to beat him because he's crazy. And he like wins pretty much, and then he becomes like a god. That final fight is insane. Yeah, I definitely like Kefka, and I think that 6 still does a lot of good in terms of story. Gameplay wise, like I said, Magicite lets you kind of do what you want. Kefka had one moment I distinctly remember where you leaned in and was just like, what did you just say? He did say something. I can't remember. I do remember him poisoning the water of Cyan's like kingdom and like killing everybody, and I was like, what? I'm like, the dude is literally doing like bio warfare. Like, dude is fucking crazy. Oh, what was it? Actually, you know what? I think I remember what it was. There's I think one of his captains, it was like a named soldier that I think Terra knew. He dies or he fights Kefka, and Kefka says something awful about him when he dies, and I was like, holy shit. Like, Kefka is brutal. Like, I like him a lot. He does not he is not a good guy. It was when he was doing one of his evil monologues and says he was gonna have babies with one of the other characters. Oh, maybe. Yeah, no, Kefka is evil, and like I think he's supposed to be, and I think that's what makes him so memorable and kind of like fun, is that you hate him so much that you want to destroy him, and I think sometimes you need that motivation. Yeah, Kefka's a piece of shit, and I love him for it. Oh yeah, gameplay. Oh right. I think this is the first game to introduce limit breaks or like in this game they're called desperation attacks, but they only happen when your health is really low. So I really never got to see them because I feel like those kinds of mechanics never work because you just die. Um, I um, I found the gameplay to be fine. The Magicites were interesting. It sort of let you make any character into whatever you wanted, so that was fine. But then you get different Magicite as the game goes on. Different levels are set up. Um, it's okay. I can't say I love the system, even though it does still sort of like give you the vibe of like each character can become whatever they want, like Final Fantasy V. It just didn't quite click with me perfectly, but I did get a lot from it still. I'm a bit like I would say I'm like mostly positive about the gameplay in 6. For some reason, some of it doesn't really click with me. But I still really enjoyed it. So I think 6 is very good. It's not my favorite. I do not think it's the best in my opinion, but I enjoyed it. I think with less characters and more time to develop each of them, they could have done a better... I could have had a better experience out of it, but I still liked it. 7. Oh god, this is the one that everybody's gonna fucking murder me over. Where did I put you on my original list? I think I still feel that way. Yeah, yeah, let's put it there and see where we keep going. We might even go lower. Maybe is it better to start low and go high? We'll leave it here for now. Yeah, 7 is a weird game to me. And like, to be fair, this might be the one on the list where I'm letting my sort of like anti-bias get in the way a little bit. This music is so intense. I predicted B. Yeah, we'll see how I feel as I go along. Do you have any other? I'll just leave this music going. 14 music is always good. Yeah, my feelings with 7, I don't know. Like, it's very possible that I let my sort of like anti get out of here. Hi-yat, more like bye-yat. Goodbye. Easy. Anyway, I don't know. I really went into it with an open mind. I know that people really loved it. Who knows? Who knows if my like hipster bias got in the way of my feelings for 7? But like, again, I'm going into all these games with the impression of like I'm playing them now. I'm playing them in today's day with today's expectations of entertainment. Not when it came out. I'm not ranking any of these games based on, oh, it was so impressive for the time. No, absolutely not. I think that 7 has some things about it that I do like, and I will get to that. But I think for me, and I'm sticking to this, and I know it's very, I don't know, buzzwordy, or I feel like it's very, I don't know. It seems fake, and it seems over-exaggerative. But, like, I really do feel like original Final Fantasy VII has aged like milk. It just... Ugh. Like, so much about it is just not fun or interesting. I don't give a shit about graphics. Most of the time, I'm like, I just want an appealing art style, maybe, but I don't give a shit how many polygons I can see on the screen at once. I don't give a shit. However, I feel like a lot of the in-game models and just general art of in-game 7 looks bad, and the whatever art style it's going for, I don't like. I do not like how 7 looks, not in a graphical state, but like a just strictly art style visually. It looks bad in my opinion. It's a clunky game and sometimes unclear what to do when lost. I don't know if I ever got so lost. Maybe I did occasionally, but like for me it's like a clunky game because like all the like the world is pre-rendered. those fucking arrow things that tell you where the entrances and exits of buildings and caves are is absolutely necessary to play 7. I'm trying to think where I should start. Let's talk about the gameplay, because I think the gameplay is actually my most positive feelings about 7. Having only a team of 3 at a time sort of puts a bigger weight on each party member, which I liked. By the end of the game, my focus was in regards to aging like Milk, Tifa's, and we'll get to that. And I actually I made a Reddit thread recently, like 2 days ago, being like, hey guys, I beat all the games, here are all my thoughts. And it got a lot of good discussions going, and it helped me sort of flesh out my ideas a little bit. Yeah, we'll get to the dialogue. In terms of gameplay, I actually like it quite a bit. My final team was Cloud, which you're stuck with, which I hate, but whatever. Cloud, Vincent, and Red. And I ended up being like trying to make Cloud into sort of like a tank. Vincent was like our magic dealer, and then Red was like our support magic person, also using physical attacks and stuff. But like everybody felt like they had a job. ATB gauge is fine. Magic felt good, damage felt good. Like everything generally felt good. I do think Final Fantasy VII still has the best version of limit breaks out of all of the games. Like compared to like Trance, Overdrive, other limit breaks, all that sort of stuff. I loved Limit Break because Limit Break is something that you get often, and the game wants you to use them, and they feel good, so you should use them. I never felt like I was like saving up my Limit Break after fights or like building it up because I was like, oh, I shouldn't use my Limit Break now because I have to save it for a boss fight later. No, use your Limit Break. It's awesome, and you will have your next Limit Break during whatever boss fight you get into. I never ever felt like I had to hold on to it, and I felt like I was always encouraged to use it. And then you earn new limit breaks as the game goes on. Like, that is the shining pinnacle of Final Fantasy VII to me, is Limit Break. Where I think the combat falls short in 7. Oh yeah, also summons really powerful and fun in 7. But what I don't love about 7's gameplay is you're expected to level everybody, which I hate, because sometimes party members would leave, or you get into moments where you have to split the party up. I hate that shit. Any game that does that, I fucking hate it. 6 does it, I hate it. I just want to pick, if you're gonna give me a large group or a large like party of characters, and I have to pick a limited number from them to use, you better level those other characters or I'm gonna be pissed. I hate having to level other characters that I don't want to use. That is a big no-no for me. Either limit the number of characters in the party to the ones, like to the amount I can fit on the field, or level everybody even when they're not in the party. Props to Final Fantasy 13. But I hate it. I really, really despise it. I just think it drags down the experience so much, and being forced to use characters that you don't like is like, that just seems like the worst thing ever. Why would you ever do that? Anyway, other problem I don't like about, and like I said, that was a problem in 6. Another thing about the combat I do not like is materia. I know materia is very iconic. I like that materia levels up as you use it. The different kinds of materias are generally pretty interesting. I think the blue materia that sort of augment how materia works is pretty cool. Most of them are fun. Where my issue lies is that almost all materia only benefits you if you are going to be using magic, which is pretty much all materia is. Where I ran into issues with this was characters like Cloud. Well, it doesn't have to be Cloud, but for my tank character or my physical damage character, equipping most materia to those characters made them worse, because materia typically increases your magic capabilities and lowers your physical capabilities. So I either had to get very specific with what materia I was using, and when I say very specific, I mean like very, very specific, or not equip materia at all. And it kind of ruined the experience for me in that regard, where I was like, man, there is no materia that like empowers my physical attacks, or like lets me attack multiple times, or lets me limit break more often, or blah blah blah. Like, it was just magic. All of it was just magic, and I did not enjoy that. I felt like that really sucked. And the game just ends up feeling like just throw all your magic on everybody and go crazy. Maybe that's my fault. I think coming from like MMOs and Final Fantasy 14, obviously, that like I have this idea in my head that each party member needs to be a role. Which, hey, it works in Final Fantasy 5, so best game. But like, it doesn't feel like a game where everybody can be a role. It's just like, fuck it, everybody needs to be strong in some different way in general, and like everybody is just them. And I'm like, no, I want roles. I want people to have jobs. But I don't know, that doesn't mean that the game is bad because it doesn't do that, but it does mean I didn't like it because it didn't do that. Doesn't mean it's bad. This is just my opinions. That's gameplay. Let's talk about characters. They're all bad. They're not all bad. I just find that pretty much all of Final Fantasy VII's characters are sort of unlikable. Especially Barret and Cid. And I mean, the villains are meant to be unlikable, but like, I just didn't care for like anybody. I didn't care for Yuffie. Again, I know she's optional, same with Vincent. And I missed out on some of Vincent's cutscenes, so that's on me. And I didn't go to Wutai, so that's also my bad. But like, Cloud is kind of interesting. He's kind of like a cocky asshole, who sort of develops over the game, and by the end of the game, he's a warm sweetheart who gives everything he can for everybody, which is fine. I do not like Tifa, and we've talked about this, and besides a certain dialogue, I just did not care for her even a little bit. I liked her at the beginning, but then her whole motivation and like all she gives a shit about is Cloud, and she's so goo-goo-eyed for him. And like, I get it, it's a love interest thing, but like, I also feel like their love and relationship doesn't really show enough for me. And maybe it's the gay in me just whining and complaining, but I just did not care about Tifa one bit. And I feel like by the end of the game, I'm like, why are you even here? Like, literally just for Cloud? Like, go away. Barret is like a horrible stereotype. He is so unlikable. He has no softness in him at all. Maybe at like only when he mentions Marlene and saving the planet, but like, he's such an asshole the entire time. Awful, so unlikable. Aerith, however, sidebar, Aerith is like the best goddamn character in almost all of Final Fantasy. I don't know how they did it. I went into this game so ready to hate on Aerith, because, you know, the death scene and all the people saying how great she is, and I'm like, whatever, like, these are the same people saying Tifa's amazing, like, whatever, shut up. No, Aerith is great. Aerith is such a good character, and it is shocking, especially amongst the cast that we are stuck with. Shut up. She is just so fantastic. Man, I don't know if there's a person on Earth who doesn't know that Aerith dies. What is this music? You guys can probably barely hear it. Let me turn some stuff. Ooh, this one's a little bit louder. That's good. Yeah, I don't know. I just... I like Aerith a lot. She's very worthy of praise, but man, everybody else is rough. Oh, Red 13 / Nanaki. He's fine. In the English version of the FF7, it's hard to tell that there's this like personality shift that he has when you get to Cosmo Canyon, which is what made Rebirth so funny and jarring. And people have told me that the Japanese translation makes it a lot more obvious that he kind of shows his real age when you get to Cosmo Canyon. Regardless, I actually really didn't mind Nanaki in original 13. I thought he was just fine and cool. I liked hearing his story about his dad and everything. And then he kind of just exists for the rest of the game, and I just liked having him around. Really don't have much to say about them. Sid is a humongous piece of shit in the original game. I have talked briefly about this with other people, and like, he does redeem himself by realizing that he's a piece of shit, but he is still a huge piece of shit. Similar to some other characters, once he has his redemption with his rocket ship and his assistant, he just becomes a pilot and is like there. He doesn't really do anything. He doesn't really interact with the party in any meaningful way. He's just there. I obviously don't like him, and I will continue to not like him. So there's that. Cait Sith really doesn't get anything interesting in the original game. He's kind of like a weird, jokey mascot character that I feel like we don't really get to know much about. The party doesn't even meet Reeve, which I find so odd that I really hope they fix in part 3. But yeah, that was also very strange. I don't have much more to say about Cait Sith in the original, again, especially just because we get like no interaction with him. His sacrifice at the Tome of the Ancients is pretty good. What song is this? I recognize this. Moving on. Oh my god, so many of these songs. Give me a sec. Yeah. Hold on. Music's so dramatic. This is not Endwalker. Give me Endwalker. Ooh, but not this song. No. Song's so long. Oh, this is a very good chill song to listen to. Anyway, Cait Sith. I don't know enough about Yuffie, but I don't really care for her. She's very like jokey anime protagonist and then just joins your team. Maybe if I'd done Wutai, I'd have different feelings about her. Same thing with Vincent. I feel like he's like cool and weird and edgy, but we don't really get anything from him besides his memories, which I skipped or didn't skip. I didn't do, so sorry. That's characters. The story of 7 is kind of neat. Some ideas about like memories. My favorite joke I've seen since Rebirth was someone asking what the name of the third game. Redundant. I'm avoiding talking about Remake and Rebirth until we get to them, just because my feelings for a lot of characters and story stuff are different than in original 7. But we'll get there. But redundant, that's pretty funny. Rehashed. Story of 7. Things about it I like, things about it I don't like. There's a lot of just like bumming around, and like I feel like 7's world never really stuck with me, or like never really felt super cohesive, because you go from like a super weird steampunky future dystopian city to fantasy, like generic fantasy villages back to back to back. I don't know about generic, but like more grounded fantasy villages. Thank you. Yeah, I just like, ugh, I don't know. 7's story just really doesn't get me. I don't know. Bouncing between like Shinra and the Turks and Sephiroth. Man, people really made me think Sephiroth was very different. Playing 7 original was so jarring because I always grew up thinking like, oh, Sephiroth's this like really cold and serious and menacing force, and he wants to have sex with Cloud. See, talking about FF7 is weird because the remakes have completely overwritten the game in my noodle. Me too, and I will talk about those when I get to them. But in original 7, Sephiroth is like insane and like crazy and also an idiot. Like, and he still is in the new games, but like he comes to this conclusion that he's like an alien and that Jenova is like his birth mom, but it's just the cells, and like he has a real mom, and he never takes a moment to like question it or realize or come to terms about anything, and he's just like, fuck it, I'm gonna blow up the world because I'm gonna. And I'm like, Sephiroth, what the fuck, dude? Like, I'm not really overjoyed by that. I don't really give too much of a shit about Sephiroth. I think his reveal in 7 is really cool, where he murders the president of Shinra and then is just like around and scary. But I don't really care for him. Someone tried to tell me once that Sephiroth is FF's equivalent to Darth Vader, and I was just like, what makes you say that? Darth Vader. I don't know if I agree with that. And I haven't seen this movie, which is a lot of classic movies for me, but someone made a really good analogy that Sephiroth is like Jaws, like the shark in the movie Jaws. That like we always hear about him, we always get glimpses of him, we know his power, but we never really see him. We just keep hearing him. And then we have this like reveal of like how terrible and how brutal he is and his feats and stuff. Darth Vader is like a very in-your-face presence through all of Star Wars. I kind of vibe with that comparison. Yeah, I don't agree with the Star Wars one, actually, and I'm a huge fan of this game and its legacy in further games. But it just talking about this is making me realize that I have very similar feelings for Asgore in Undertale, in that you keep hearing his name over and over and over and over. And I don't want to spoil anything for anybody who hasn't played Undertale. Please go play it if you have not, or experience it in some shape or form. But like, that was such a like weight on me during my entire playthrough of Undertale originally, as like, holy shit, everybody keeps talking about this guy. And then like you hear some more lighthearted, positive stories about him, but you can tell that the people really like him. But you've also been told that he is gonna kill you and that he's ruthless. And it's like the people clearly really care about him, but he is your enemy. He is a problem for you, and you realize that you're going to have to face him at some point. And then you meet him, and he's like really upset. Like he's like saddened by meeting you. And it's like this really bittersweet, like, he doesn't want to do it, you don't want to do it, but like something has to happen. Like either you die or you defeat him, and it becomes really scary and serious in that last moment. And it's like, I loved that. I really liked that. It was kind of like a flip of it because he ends up being kind of a nice guy. But like, I love that sort of character build up and hearing about somebody and learning about them without seeing them. It's kind of the opposite of show don't tell, but I think it's very effective because it builds up all this expectation. I like those kind of stories of two people that really don't want to do what they need. No, they need to. Yeah. Me too. It leads to a lot of really interesting, like, I don't know, conflict and friction that's like really natural and really interesting. I like that a lot. Anyways, yeah, Sephiroth, whatever, Jenova, whatever. There's a lot of things moving around in Final Fantasy VII, I feel like, and I just feel like the world isn't as cohesive as it should be. I feel like we're jumping from, like I said, weird post-apocalyptic future cities to weird fantasy villages, and then cowboys, and then the gold saucer, and then back to ancient temples and deserts. I really didn't vibe with 7's anything, unfortunately. I think 7 is just not the game for me. I think if I had played it when it came out, I would have liked it a lot more. I think I could have been that person, but I just don't know. Might want to delete that recent follower because that name is not okay. Uh-oh. What am I missing? Am I missing something? Maybe tell me on Discord and I will... Maybe I won't look on there. Don't look at my search history. Is there something I'm missing? News follower thing above your head. The name is a play on some not good words. I still don't see it. Am I crazy? I think I'm just like insane. I wonder if I can do that even. Oh. I guess I really didn't even think of that. Let me see if it's an easy thing to change. I don't know if I can. That's a good thing to learn how to do though, isn't it? You know what? I'll just... Oops, not that. There. I'll just get rid of it for now. Somebody just has to follow me. Anyways, I don't really have anything else to say about 7. It's exhausting. It has very few things that I like about it. I think it is just aged so poorly. We'll talk about it when I talk about Remake and Rebirth, but I think those are the definitive ways to experience Final Fantasy VII, and I think obviously if you skip Original 7 and just play Remake and Rebirth, you're gonna miss some things, but like, I don't know. Read up on 7 Original, then just play Remake Rebirth. Okay, time to talk about Final Fantasy VIII, which is one of my favorite and least favorite. Give me just 1 sec. I need to pull up my list again. Okay, where did I put 8? Okay, yeah, you know what? That's fair. Nope. There we go. So, Final Fantasy VIII is such a weird game. I do put it above 4, mostly because I think that Final Fantasy IV is a much more entertaining experience than Final Fantasy IV. Did I say right? Final Fantasy VIII, more entertaining experience than Final Fantasy IV. Yes. Do I think that Final Fantasy VIII is a better game overall? Yes. I just think Final Fantasy VIII... It's a very memorable game. I will never forget my time with 8, but oh my god, do I not like this game. I mean, like, I do and I don't. It's such a weird mess where, like, Final Fantasy IV is like... I just don't even know, dude. I don't even know. Final Fantasy IV is like a letdown. Final Fantasy VIII is like so wildly ridiculous and I can't stop looking at it, but I like hate it. The game where you're like, fuck it, we go to space this time, dude. We go to space in 4, and that for some reason felt fine, but when we went to space in 8, I was just so confused and troubled. Final Fantasy VIII is like, it's literally like you took every single idea that you came up with during the brainstorming for this game, and you didn't cut any of them. You used everything. We use all of the cow here. Like, was it an 8 that gave you a complete aneurysm by the ending? Yes. 8 has all the ideas in the world and will not cut a single one. And it both benefits and suffers so much from this. You have child soldiers in schools in this like more clean future but still blending future and fantasy aesthetics. You have memory loss plots that don't go anywhere. You have like president assassination plot lines, and then you have time jumping like literal like mind time travel plot points happening. You have body possession plot points. You have literal like straight up war and insurrection. You have attempted usurpers, weird romance stories happening all over the place. You have space. Time compression. Oh my god, Lions. It is such a you have the most intense white knight simping I've ever seen in any game ever. 8 is so much. There's throwing in the kitchen sink, and then there's FF8 where you chuck in the neighbor sink too. Me studying the FF8 plot for hours and feeling like less of it makes sense. I fucking can't. I cannot get. It is so wild. And like it sucks because there's a lot there that I like. Like I'm still talking about story just for now. Like I don't hate the idea of this sort of like nation of warring schools, though they do this in Type 0 much worse. But in 8 it's like kind of interesting at first, and then it's stupid very quickly. The idea of the sorceresses is not a bad idea. I kind of like this idea of every sort of generation there's a new sorceress, and how that affects things. I don't hate the idea of a memory loss plotline. I don't hate the idea of going to space. One of the best moments in the game is in space. I don't hate the time travel stuff as much. I don't know. Like each of these things can work on their own, but all together, all at once, they just do not. It is so all over the place and so weird and confusing and troubling. Oh my god, Final Fantasy VIII is a ride. I will never forget it, and I just don't know. If anything, what I really want from Final Fantasy VIII is I would love a remake of 8, because I want to see them fix 8. I want to see a second draft, because Final Fantasy VIII, like I said, feels like you took every idea and you took the first attempt at the story and you just ran with it. And that is both a beautiful thing and a horrible thing. Anyways, that's that's a tough thing about 8 is I feel like I can't even talk about the story because it's impossible to like just fucking talk about. God. Moving on. I'll talk about the characters briefly. Apparently Squall's English translation kind of ruins him. He's very like one note and sort of like shitty. Whatever. No, Drexy, that's a terrible idea. You know how many more plot ideas That's a very only if I get to direct it. That's a very good point. That's a very, very good point. Anyway, characters, Squall, pretty bland, pretty boring. He gets a little bit better by the end, but nah. I love Zell. Zell was one of the very shocking things that I got out of Final Fantasy VIII. I think he is fantastic. Selphie, I do not like. I think somebody asked me who's your least favorite party member of any Final Fantasy game, and I think I said Selphie. I do not like her. I think she is really bland. She has one good moment, but like, I found her to be horrifically annoying, and I'm like, you of all people are like a top class army soldier student thing. What? Like, I don't get it. I don't understand it at all. Can you link me your Reddit thread? I want to see. Yes. Let me see. Are you gonna let me do this without being all weird? I'll just plop it in the chat in case anybody wants to read it. You'll be like, what the fuck? Why is your name so weird on Reddit? And like, it's because it just gave me a profile name when I made my posts. So there you go. Feel free, check that out if you want. You don't have to, but it'll it might give you some more of my thoughts on the series and show you kind of what Final Fantasy fans' opinions are on my opinions. That was really fun. I was shocked it got as much attention as it did. But that was a blast. Anyway, yeah, I'm like, I can barely talk about Final Fantasy VIII. What a mess. Selphie is weird. I don't like Quistis. She confused me. I thought she was like way older than me, but then it turns out she's younger than you, but she's like a supervisor of the seed soldiers, but then she gets demoted into a regular seed. I didn't really get her dommy mommy weird aesthetic. I don't like Quistis. I really don't like Quistis at all. She's I like, as like an actual character, she's just very serious and kind of boring, like one note bland. But like, she just really wasn't for me. She could have been a lot more interesting. I actually don't hate Rinoa. I think she's very charming. Again, sort of Aerith, but like with her own depth and storyline going on, but just because of how like messy 8 is and how involved in the plot she is, she ends up getting lost in the ridiculousness of 8 a little bit, and I just don't know how to feel about her. I feel like the game doesn't give me a chance to just sit with her. She's okay. Not my favorite, but she's okay. She might be one of my top 3 of the characters in this game, but Irvine, I really like Irvine. I was expecting to hate him because I did it originally, and then he becomes this like jokey fail boy, and I love that. I really liked Irvine as the game went on. Am I missing any party members? I think that's everybody. Maybe I'm missing somebody. And then there's Laguna, and Laguna's weird, and that whole plot line is so stupid. Even when we like find him in the future, that whole plot never seems to really make any sense. He's like weird in the future, and you think he'd be more involved in helping us directly, but he's just like kind of playing a passive role. I love his big beefy anchor wielding partner. Or was it an anchor? It might have been like a pike, whatever. The villain is technically Ultimecia, but it's also Edea, but it's also Adele. I'm so down for a big evil girl boss, but like the fact that it's so all over the place and we really don't get to spend any time truly with any of those characters, because like Edea sort of, I think that's her name. Edea is like a villain, but then she turns into a good guy, but then she's still like semi-possessed at points, but she's like, no, I'm actually a good guy, be nice to me, I raised you. And it's like, what the fuck? And then like Adele seems awesome, but we don't get any time with her. And then Ultimisia just shows up at the end of the game and is like, I'm the bad guy. And I'm like, okay, fuck, I guess. I found that so all over the place and weird. Really hard to connect with any of that. I could talk about more characters, but I won't. Let's talk about gameplay really quick. Everybody always talks about how complicated Final Fantasy VIII's gameplay is, and it is. But once you get the hang of it and take a moment to really soak it in, Final Fantasy VIII's combat and sort of leveling system is really interesting. And it is probably one of the most, like, intentionally breakable Final Fantasy games. And just, like, lets you take the wheel on it. And I think that's awesome. I beat the game at level 16 because once I realized and, like, fully understood that enemies scale to your level, so there's no reason to level up. I was like, oh, great, I won't fight anything. Obviously, I think that means that you typically won't, or because I did it wrong. I never, like, experienced a lot of different equipment. Oh yeah, I, like, never got new weapons or anything as the game went on. Because I think you had to craft them, but you could only craft through getting materials. Weird game. And that's why I didn't like the game. Yeah, 8 is just so weird. And I didn't like that fact of it either. But, like, I did think it was neat that, like, oh, you use your spells to augment your stats. That's really cool. I like that. But then the draw system, if you want to take full advantage of it, is so awful. And, like, I understand that the level of depth in the game where it's like, well, you want to train up your certain GFs so that you can convert items into spells, and then those spells can go on your stats when you junction them. Like, that's a neat idea, but oh my god, as a first time experience, that shit is not happening. Like, this game is so like, it's such a aggressive experience for a first timer. As soon as I found out, like, an hour or two into the game, I stopped and never touched it again. And once once I got an hour or two into the game, I said, I'm gonna have to fucking deal with this. Yeesh. Again, it's a neat idea, and I have toiled over, like, how can you fix this system to be better? And I think I've thought of a couple different ways. I'm not going to talk about it here because I've talked about it before, but I think 8's system is neat. It just needs to be tweaked and maybe reworked entirely, but I can't say I hate it. I think that it's a neat idea. I think its execution is very bad. What do you do? Anyways, I've talked about 8 way too much now and in the past. Let's move on, but I'm sure this is not the last time I will be talking about 8. Next, we have another top tier. I don't know if this is my number 1. We're going to put it here for now. Final Fantasy 9. Okay, so now this is another game, just like Final Fantasy 6, where I think 9's reputation holds up. I think a lot of people say that 9 is their favorite. A lot of people say that it's the best game or whatever. 9 is good. It's not my favorite, but 9 is very good. I think 9 probably, maybe not. But 9 has such good characters, and they actually interact with one another, and they talk to each other a lot. This game only does the thing where it expects you to split up your party once and then never again. That got me real flared up and afraid when it happened, but thankfully it's not something that we have to deal with. That's because those people are correct. I mean, Final Fantasy IX has Vivi in it, who I think I can say in confidence, Vivi is my favorite Final Fantasy character, hands down. I love Vivi. I love Aerith. I think Aerith's my favorite female character, and Vivi is my favorite male character, and then he is my favorite character. He is so precious. I love him so much. His story is really interesting, and he is cute and full of emotion, and his story is sad. Like, I love Vivi. I can't say enough good things about Vivi. Zidane starts as such a huge shithead, and actually becomes naturally better over time. Him and Garnet's relationship is really believable. and sweet. Garnet is fine as a character. She kind of grows here and there, but I think she generally stays kind of the same throughout the whole story. But I already kind of liked her from moment one. Steiner is such a fucking goof, and I love him. He's maybe not my favorite character out of the group, but like I like him. I like how like diehard, generic knight man he is. And that's really charming, I find. Some people don't like him. I like him a lot. I already talked about Vivi. Kina is terrifying, and the less we learn about Kina, the better. Freya is one of my favorite characters as well. I think she is so fucking cool. Her story is also very tragic, and especially what happens during the course of the game is that's something we'll get about when I talk about story. I sort of wish we got a little bit more out of her after her story kind of concludes, but like I just love her. I think she is probably of all the characters who will be a Dragoon from start to finish, she is probably one of my number one. I talk about Mog. I joke that he's a Dragoon, which he is. But like Freya is a Dragoon, literally. She is amazing. I love her. Love Freya. Am I missing anybody? I know I am. There's the summoner girl whose name I can't remember. She was fine. I didn't mind her too much. I'm not crazy about her character, but she was okay. And then there's what's his name? Amarant, I think is his name. I did not like him. He's probably my least favorite of the 9 party. Mostly because he comes out of nowhere, gets like no story, doesn't really get fleshed out or talked about nearly enough. I did not give 2 shits about Amarant, sadly. Am I missing a party member? Hold on. FF9 characters. You know it's bad when I'm like, am I missing somebody? I don't think I am. Nope, that's everybody. You could argue that Beatrix is a party member. Yeah, I don't think I'm missing anybody. But yeah, like even then beyond the party members, like the other characters in the story are also great. Some people really don't like Kuja. I think he's fine. I think he's this like sort of twisted and tortured, crazed, power-hungry soul who's just like evil and weird. Very Kefka-y in that regard. The queen is crazy. The all of Zidane's like troop members are pretty interesting. The Cid of this game is pretty cool, though he's a cheating piece of shit. I think that 9 does characters really well, and I think I can applaud it for that. As for 9's story, I also like 9's story. I think it's a very charming world and journey, believable adventure, had me guessing the entire time. It has some really serious moments from time to time. But like overall, I was like, it's a fantasy story, but none of this feels particularly cookie cutter or retreading boring old fantasy tropes and stuff. Sure, it's not all original, nothing is, but like I just really liked 9. I felt like it was just a good story. Everything, this is a word I'm going to use a lot, is cohesive. When it comes to these games, it's very believable from start to finish. Everything links into the next. Everything made sense. Some of the twists were interesting, and it was just good. Very satisfying. 9 is a very satisfying game. As for the combat, I also like the combat. It goes back to, very traditional turn-based, typical ATB gauge sort of combat. I do find the combat to be a touch simple and kind of flat, which is fine. It was still fun. It's back to being like Final Fantasy IV, where everybody has their roles. Actually, this game's a lot more like 6, where it's like you have more party members than you have party slots. But because of that, you get to pick what your party still is. There still is a level of like, okay, do I want more mages? Do I want more physical attackers? Do I want a bulkier character on the team? Do I want somebody with some utility? You still get choices. And beyond that, you have access to the armor abilities, which I loved. I really like the system of learning skills and abilities and traits through the armor that you pick up during the game. And because there's craftable armor, it motivated me to be like, oh my god, I can't wait to like craft all these different pieces of armor so I can get these gear pieces on my party members. Loved it. I thought that was awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And the fact that you get to keep those abilities afterwards, you can sell your armor, but you get to keep those abilities. That was so good. I can't speak higher about that whole system in 9. Love it. Really, really good. The one thing I really did not like, 2 things actually I did not like about the gameplay. The ATB system is a little wonky in this game. Something with animations and stalling and how stuff works. It almost felt like sometimes enemies got to take like multiple turns before one of my characters even got to act. I don't know if 9 has a proper like wait ATB system or whatever, but if it does, I highly recommend using that version instead, because the active ATB in 9 feels clunky. I don't like it. Oh, the other thing I didn't like. Trance. I do not like the trance system. To be fair, I did beat the game because of Freya's trance. But I found trance to be incredibly unreliable. And most characters' trance is not as cool as others. A lot of battles would end with somebody trancing and then doing one attack, or someone else finishing the fight, and then you just wasted your trance. I think trance as a system that you can store like overdrive would be a lot better. But I get the idea is that it's like heightened emotions and it just kind of comes out of you when you need it. Some characters' trance is way more interesting than others. Characters like Vivi, I think he gets like double cast, and Zidane gets like a whole new move set when he trances. But so many other characters just a little bit stronger, a little bit different ability here or there, but like trance really didn't do it for me. I'm just realizing that there's another thing that I didn't like that is swiftly leaving my memory. Oh, combined attacks or combo arts or whatever it was. Steiner and Vivi can do Spellblade shit where your Vivi can enchant Steiner's sword and then he attacks, and that was really cool. I thought we were gonna get a ton of combo actions. I could be wrong. I didn't run into any more after that. I think there's something I'm missing with that, and maybe I flubbed really hard. Or my main party, which was Zidane, Garnet, Vivi, and Freya, just don't have interactions with one another. That's a huge shame. Again, if 9 gets a remake or anything, please give us more combo actions amongst each other, because that was a real shame. That, I would say, if you can give more combo actions, make trance more interesting, or allow me to decide when I use it, and fix the ATB, 9 is gold. Like, 9's got it going on. I do think that 5 ekes it out just because the gameplay is a bit more solid for me. And I think it's that blend of just enough complexity and simplicity. I don't know. 5 is just lovely, but 9's real close, I think. But the more I think about it, I'm like, is 9? No, 5 is still my favorite, but 9 is very good. Very, very, very good. 5 is the one that I feel like I don't hear as many people put a ton of like big loud love into. 9 does, and it deserves it. 9 is really good. Moving on. Okay, I've been talking for almost 2 hours, and we're not even like halfway done. Let's keep going. Okay, I need to pull up my list again. Where do I put 10? Yes, now I remember. Now this is one that people got really upset at me about, but 10. Do I really feel this way about it? I think I do. I like 10 more than 7. I think I still genuinely like 3 more than 10. Let's talk about it. I'm gonna put 3 up here. Okay, what are my categories that I'm working with right now? Story and world, characters, and gameplay. I just 10 is such a weird game. I think 10 and oh yeah. I think 10 and 7 are like generational linchpins for a lot of people who grew up with Final Fantasy games. 7 and 10 were the first Final Fantasy games on PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2. Big revolutionary games. I get why people like them so much. If I grew up with them, I think I would feel the same way. I did not grow up with 10. I do not like 10 nearly as much as everybody else seems to. And I will start by talking about its characters. As much as everybody likes to meme on Tidus, it is very well deserved. I do not like Tidus. He does get better, just like a lot of these characters. But I sort of hate using this excuse, and I'm not going to genuinely say that this is why, but like, I do think that sometimes these like generic love-struck boy characters just, I don't relate to you at all. I don't get what you're doing. I don't understand why you're so weird. But like, Tidus is like pretty annoying, although Yuna seems to like him, so whatever. But that's also just, it feels like a power fantasy sometimes, power Final Fantasy. But Tidus just is a whiny, shitty brat pretty much all the way through the game. To be fair, he does grow, he does get better, and sometimes his annoying whininess is actually pretty endearing. But I don't know, I could not connect with him even a little bit. He does make some brave choices and moments here and there, and his sort of pushback on traditions is very relatable, but at the same time, I'm just like, sometimes you gotta respect what other people are doing. I do not like Wakka even a little bit. Wakka is a straight up racist, who does get better, but he's also like a religious like nut who is like a complete traditionalist. He does grow and he does get better, and he does have to sort of come to terms with everything the most out of everybody. But I feel like I never really get to see him fully reconcile with everybody, and I don't really get to enjoy his growth. Like, he's like, this is how things have always been, man. He's a fucking white guy doing like a Jamaican accent. I love you, John DiMaggio. But I don't know. Like, he's like, this is the way that things are, and we can't use Machina because it's bad, and my religion says I'm not supposed to. I'm like, oh my god. Yeah, Jake the dog. Yeah. Yep, Bender. Jesus Christ. I just, again, sometimes characters are written so that you don't like them on purpose. Like, we are supposed to sort of be against what Wakka feels because he's wrong. But god, he just so unlikable, and I don't like his arc. I don't feel like he really blooms into a better character over the game, unfortunately. So unfortunately, Wakka is pretty low on my list. I love Yuna. Like, again, with Wakka, he's so like the teachings and the followings, and this is what I have to do. Yuna is literally taking part in the process, and even she is questioning it. And she is one of the first people after listening to Titus, so I guess that's a good thing that Titus does. She is like, no, we can change. Things can be different. And she's like this freer, happier soul. Like I love Yuna. I think she's amazing. Won't talk about her much more. I do not like Lulu. People know this. I have talked about her fucking stupid outfit forever, and it's stupid and I hate it. I am one who loves like dumb, campy, sexy designs. Bayonetta is one of my favorites ever, but like her outfit makes no goddamn sense for where we are. I don't get it, dude. I don't understand. I even said that I would understand her outfit more if she honestly looked more like Yunalesca, who is like butt ass naked. So it's not a problem about it being sexy or anything. It's that she is in the tropics in a fur-lined giant ass robe with leather belts all over it. You look at the rest of the cast, generally everybody looks like they belong in the world. Yuna is also in robes, but it's like everybody is sporting like beachy tropical summer vibes, and Lulu's over here in this insane outfit. Like I don't get it. Literally, if you put her in an outfit that looked more inspired by Yunalesca, who is like the big crazy magical goddess lady, it would make more sense. It would make more sense if Lulu was more naked. Quote me on that. Lulu's character design would be better if she was more naked. Like, am I wrong? It's just, it doesn't make any sense to me. I think she looks ridiculous, and her character is so flat and boring. She does not change like at all. I think Lulu is maybe the worst character because she also just does nothing. Like, I do not care for her. I think Waka is above Lulu. Barely. They are both at the bottom. I do not like either of them, but I think Lulu is just so weird and out of place. She has her drama about Chapu, and then we never talk about it and we move on from that so quickly. Okay, anyways, I got to hate on Lulu. Oh, Riku. Okay, so Riku's interesting because I do find her annoying, and she wasn't my favorite party member, but I do like her bridging the gap and tying in her relationship with the Albed, with Yuna. She is sort of the annoying, like, overly positive, like, peppy character, but she's a bit more serious. She has some more better vibes going on. I like her more than Selphie, if that tells you anything. Again, she is annoying. She's not my favorite, but I do think her whole point of being there and her character as it is better. Yeah, I don't know. She's kind of right in the middle. Then Kimahri. So Kimahri is another weird character because I understand his purpose. He is there as a guardian for Yuna. He's very attached to her, and he comes from a traditional beast tribe, and he's got his own quarrels with his own tribe, and he's kind of trying to prove himself. He's a little boring, mostly because he like doesn't really talk. He does warm up to Titus as the game goes on, so like that's kind of the only growth we get out of him. But besides that, he's just kind of there, and he was never really my favorite party member to have like using. Yeah, I don't know. He's kind of flat. He's probably the most in the middle of all the characters, mostly because he's just not really much of a character. And then we have Auron, who I really like. I think Auron is badass. Auron doesn't really go through any like dramatic character growth, but he's kind of already gone through it, and we learn about it as the game goes on. But like, I like his sense of duty. I like that he, you know how like Waka and Lulu have such immediate pushback on Titus's like weird push, or like
He's trying to like change how things are done. Auron is kind of in on it. Like he's like, this is the way things are, but I'm gonna let this guy do his thing, or I'm gonna step in only when I need to. Like Auron a lot. I think my favorites are Yuna and Auron for top 2 characters in the main party. I'm one of the people that would totally be okay with an FF10 remake where they add stuff to the game. Honestly, I would take remakes of any of these games. I can't think of... Well, actually, I was thinking about this. 5 and 9, I kind of like them as they are. I think a lot of the old school ones, including 6, a lot of people want a remake of 6. I don't really know what you would do with those games. I don't really know how you would change them and adjust them. I could see a remake for 10, totally. It's still my fave as is, but I'm not like the FF7 nuts who are raging at the 7 remakes. I can't believe people get mad at that. We will get to it. But, like, be happy that you're getting more, fuckers. 7 already gets everything. It's got, like, movies and spin-off games out the ass. 10 got 1 spin-off game. Could have another. Technically 2, because of Final Mission or whatever it's called. But yeah. 10's characters, I think that's what weighs down 10's experience for me so much, and more, but we'll get to that. I just don't like anybody. I hate Seymour. I think he is terrible. I understand that we're not supposed to like him, similar to Kefka, but at least Kefka was, like, fun. And I know Seymour's kind of going more for this, like, scary, uncomfortable sort of... what's the word for... What's that word for... men that hate women because they won't date them? What's that word? What's it called? Incel. Seymour feels like an incel. I hate him. He is terrible. No, I don't like Seymour even a little bit. You've got to have something likable. Even if you're an evil piece of shit, I need to want to fight you. I need some good reason to like you and hate you at the same time. Seymour does not have it. He does not have it even a little bit. I do not like Seymour. I think he's just boring and uninteresting. I feel bad for his voice actor, but I did not like his performance. Everything about Seymour that I experienced, I did not like. His backstory could be expanded on. Yeah, and they touch on it, and it's like, yeah, he killed his dad. And I'm like, like, why? Like, I don't care for him. I don't care for him even a little bit. Yeah, anyway. Other big characters. Jet, I guess we should talk about Jet. That is one moment in the game that I do like. There's 2 story moments that I'll talk about briefly here that I actually like. I really like the scene where everybody goes to fight Yunalesca, and they have this, like, good power moment where everybody's like, this is it, like, we're breaking tradition, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna save the world. I love that moment. The other moment that I love is when, good boss music, is when you fight Jet right at the end, and Tidus and Jet are talking a little bit, and, you know, Tidus has had all this time beforehand to learn about what Jet was doing, that he was on this journey to save the world, and he didn't just disappear. Very Nanaki Seto vibes, actually. But there's this really touching brief moment, and I don't know, for some reason it got me. In a game where nothing got me, this got me. Was, isn't it Jekt? Am I saying it wrong? Jekt? I guess it's Jekt. Just feels weird to pronounce the CH. But the scene when they're talking, and I can't remember what Jekt is saying necessarily, but, like, he's just, like, talking to him. Like, he's just talking to his son. And then it just goes to Tidus, and he just looks at him, and he just says, I hate you. And he's like, it's not even funny. He just seriously is, like, this emotional teenager, basically, but, like, it's so real and sad, and I loved it. Like, Tidus just saying to his dad, I hate you, and then Jekt's like, yeah, and I don't know why that got me. I wanted more of that. It felt real and, like, deserved, and, like, there was a lot of emotion and weight in that one little back and forth between the 2 of them. Very good. Ken does some good stuff. Also, after you beat Yunalesca, the gang is trying to figure out what the fuck they're gonna do, and Tidus pretty much says, I'm gonna save the world, and I'm gonna save Yuna. And Lulu, here you go, Luna gets to have, or Lulu is involved in one good moment where she says to Titus, if you end up wanting everything, you'll end up with nothing. And then Titus just says, but I want everything. And it's just stupid, but like that's the version of Titus I like. Like I do like that he's this naive kind of shithead, stubborn asshole, but I don't know, it doesn't always come out in the best ways. So like again, this is why it's above 7. There's more things about 10 that I like than 7. I've talked about the story a little bit, the characters. I guess the big thing that actually really, like, hands down, no problems. Again, coming back to my favorite stupid word, cohesive. Well, except for one moment. The world of 10, I love. It is, I don't know if it's because I played Wind Waker or whatever, or I like beaches, but like I am so hands down here for the world of 10. I think it's really fascinating. No other Final Fantasy game is like 10's world and aesthetic, and that really makes 10 stand out, and I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. And like the electricity and the machines, like the Machina, it feels like it still belongs in this world. Like there's a lot of, you know, like traditional and rustic qualities to 10's technology, but like having sorry, this boss music is getting me going. It feels real. Like I feel like Machina and like the the Blitzball aquaspheres, it's believable. I totally get that it exists in this world. Yeah, I don't have much more to say about it besides just 10's world feels cool. Sin is really cool and scary. Everything about 10 I think I can pretty much believe. Yeah, I'm here for it. Gameplay. Okay, so then the gameplay is one of my other big problems about 10. Remember what I was saying about party members and having them sit on the sidelines and leveling them and blah, blah, blah. My big problem with 10's gameplay is that every fight is a puzzle, but not in a fun way. In every single fight in 10, the enemies are meant to be killed with certain party members, and you have to swap them out and use them to defeat certain enemies. Most of your party members will be completely useless in the majority of fights that you do in Final Fantasy X. Someone is always meant to be there to solve a certain problem, which is cool and good, but it means that you're constantly swapping party members, and for most parts of the game, you are not going to be using your party members, but you'll need them for later because inevitably there's going to be a fight where you need that person to solve a certain problem, and then if you're not swapping everybody in on every single battle, on every single turn, you will not be able to level everybody up appropriately. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Oh my god, I do not want to use Wakka. Guess what? I need to use Wakka all the time. I don't like him. I don't like him. I think the gameplay is the thing that bothers me the most about 10, unfortunately. I just can't deal with it. If everybody leveled up, if there was an EXP share, that would solve so many problems of 10. Only for the standard, yeah, also only for the standard sphere grid, which I remember the very first time I played this game, I used the advanced one and I hated it and it ruined everything, and Kimahri was terrible. Also to talk about the sphere grid, especially, and like, there is some neat ideas. I see the interesting complexity of what the sphere grid can bring. Again, though, to me, it's a Final Fantasy VIII problem where the expanded sphere grid, and even the sphere grid to some extent, is something that makes it replayable. It makes it interesting for revisiting the game. And what if Titus is my white mage? What if Yuna is Auron? Like, everybody swaps around. That's cool. I think that's really cool. But if you are playing on standard, there is almost no reason to deviate or touch anything on the sphere grid and taking every 2 steps after every battle to go into the sphere grid and do a sphere grid minigame, not a minigame, but deal with the sphere grid. It gets exhausting. And I honestly wish there was like an auto level feature for standard sphere grids where it just went through it on its own. It's like, of course I want to level up. Of course I want points. Give me, actually, 10 is a very, well, experience in leveling is different. Whatever. I found it really tedious. And the only really interesting things that came from the sphere grid in my standard run were at the end, mostly when I taught Yuna all of the Agas, because I think by the end of the game, Yuna is a better mage than Lulu. It's weird. Like, it's weird. Hi, Jack Grayson74. How are you? But yeah, 10's gameplay just eats up at me. Also, overdrives are a pain in the ass to build up. They are good once you get them, and it's neat to see which ones you get, but well. Also, I'm not a huge fan of the gear system in 10. It is like both simplified and complex because gear in glad to hear it. We're just I'm yapping about 10 right now, and I'm a bit of a hater, unfortunately, but I'm trying to be subjective. All opinions are my own. I understand why people like these games. Anytime that I like or dislike a game, it's just because whether or not it clicked or didn't click for me. Are you a fan of Final Fantasy, Jack Grayson? Anyways, what was I saying? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm doing good. Thank you. Where was I going with this? Oh yeah. The overdrives. Aw. Thank you, Jack Grayson. Give me 1 second, I'll update that. But seriously, thank you. I just overdrives. Oh, the gear. The gear in Final Fantasy X is more about your stats that go on the weapon. So like, you really only care about a weapon if it has good traits, like HP up or zombie or any of those like cool special abilities and such. It sort of felt like, is that updated? Oh yeah, there we go. Shrink that down. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. We definitely love, and I wouldn't say need it, but anybody who's willing to give me any attention is really awesome. So I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. 10's a mess. I don't know if I have to talk about it anymore. The story itself is actually kind of cool, fighting against sort of traditional ideas and being lost in another world. Is 10 an isekai? Anyway. Yeah, 10's story I'm generally okay with. I don't think I have much bad to say about it there, but 10 definitely did not click with me in the same way that I think it clicks with a lot of people. Oh, Jack Grayson. Honestly, I am happy with the way that I am growing it and using it as it is now. I don't know if I'd like to make attractive with graphical stuff. But I've got my own ideas for that sort of stuff, so I'd have to say I'm not as interested. Anyway, 11. Where did I put 11 on my list? I feel like I put 11. Oh wait, I didn't put 11 on this list because 11 is an MMO and I felt weird ranking it as such. I think if I was gonna put 11 anywhere on this list, and 11's tough. I appreciate it though, Jack. Final Fantasy 11. Where do I put you? I think it's somewhere in here. I like 11 is weird because it's a very old MMO. And after playing so much of 14 and going back and playing 11, the quality of life changes, all the stuff, all the rough old MMO-y things of it are very clear and very obvious. Though I still found it very charming and enjoyable. Final Fantasy 11 is a game that I absolutely could not have played without a guide. So there's that. It's got some great music. I have not experienced nearly enough of the game to have a proper understanding of 11 to rank it amongst the others. But I am intrigued to go back and play more. I do think though that the game is still very it's just rough in places. And I don't know if that's just the age or the ideas or if it's trying to be a traditional MMO where it's like old and trying to kind of make you figure out things on your own. It is a rough experience. But I have been told over and over again that I need to play more of it. I will one day. But as of now, I think it's kind of in the middle lower points. Oh, I didn't mean to minimize that. Sorry, I'm changing my music. More sappy 14 music for y'all. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely want to play more of 11. It's a really hard game to even rank and wrap my head around right now. It does have good music. Some of the characters I saw, I did like. The story seems pretty interesting, actually. But I think I'm still a little too early in the experience to have much of an opinion on it. I'm very happy I played it, and I do want to play more at some point. But I can't deny that it is still a very, it's a bit of a labor of love experience from what I played. But maybe I'll learn to appreciate it more over time. From playing like 40 hours of it, defeating the Shadow Lord, I had fun, but I also struggled a lot. But I can understand why people like it so much. And 11 seems to have some of the most hardcore committed fans of all the games. And they all seem just appreciative of anybody willing to give the game a shot because they love it so much. 11 might have some of the best fans, honestly. But one day I'll get around to it. Anyways, not gonna talk about 11 too much. Also, I'm taking forever to get through any of these games. Final Fantasy 12. Yeah, that's how I feel about you. 12 could go higher maybe, but well, not above 9. Not above 9. But Final Fantasy 12, I like it more than 6. This is a very unique experience compared to the other games. It is not a traditional turn-based game. It has a very different play style. It has a very mature story and characters. And the world is pretty unique for all of these games. I did like it. It has a lot of little bits and pieces that hold it back for me, but I really liked 12. I was kind of surprised. 12 seems to have a decently well-received reputation amongst the games. It also feels like a game that had a lot of ideas and kind of couldn't flesh them all out perfectly. It has like a really big, relatively well-realized world, but it feels like we maybe don't get the most time in all of it. Feels like we're just kind of sightseeing in a very grand world. What do I talk about first with 12? I want to talk about the gameplay first in 12. The Gambit system is a really cool idea. I love the idea that you control mainly one character and you sort of give commands to your other characters. I've talked about how in these games I like having roles for my party members, and I really felt like I was mostly able to do that in 12. I had Freya as a tank. Ash was my kind of DPS, mostly a magic user. And then Bosch was my support, and that kind of worked. That actually worked quite well for most of the game. I liked the license board system, but as we have, thank you for Sippies. Did I say Freya? Fran. Sorry, Fran. I like Freya a lot, if that's not clear. Oh gosh. We're in it now. You know what? This is, we'll keep this, but it's a little loud. Sorry, Fran. Fran was my tank. Blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, the game let me have roles. For better or for worse, Decoy didn't really work the way I'd hoped. I thought it would work as a much better aggro system. It mostly didn't. If you call Fran Freya one more time, I'm sorry. But I liked it. Oh yeah, the infamous license board stream. I had to really dig in deep for this game, but I liked it. I enjoyed the party structure and customization a lot in 12. Oh no, Drexy, the nerds are angered. Did you get one beast type female character with a similar name wrong? They're basically the same person. But I really like 12. Yeah, the gameplay good, solid, not without issue though. Decoy does not work in the way that it should, in my opinion. The Gambit system could go a step deeper. Clearly you can just manually control your characters one at a time if you need to. But even with what we have with Gambit, it does a lot of good stuff. A lot of people didn't. And I wonder if it's a difference between the age of the Zodiacs. That's the version. Oh, Zodiac's Age is the one I played. I think gameplay is just solid, but you know, obviously not without issue. What was I gonna say? It almost feels like an MMO. Like it's like an offline MMO a little bit. That's gameplay. I guess I'll talk about the characters next. I like that the party, like I mentioned, is a lot more mature. Vaughn and Penelo are not. They're mostly just kids. What's interesting about 12, and a lot of people have said this, is that 12 is, like, Vaughn is not the main character of 12. Not really. Like, he's there, and he's always involved in some sort of conversation or plot point, but he is not the main character. And, like, you could argue that it could be one of 3 characters, probably. Like, you could argue that it's Balthier, because he's kind of moving everybody around. He knows his way in and out of society. He kind of keeps the party moving. You could say it's about Bosch and being framed for all of this shit and kind of redeeming himself. You could also say it's about Ash and getting revenge and reclaiming her kingdom and all this stuff. Like, everybody is very important except for Vaughn and Penelo. But that's really cool. Like, everybody feels very important and generally fleshed out and realized. I'll get to that. But it's really cool and refreshing to have such a mature party in such a mature story. And I really liked it. Balthier, Vaughn, and Penelo are behind-the-scenes stars. Bosch, Fran, and Ash are more in the spotlight. And yeah, Fran gets her whole stuff with the Vieira to kind of, you know, she went against their ways, and she's just like, I live my own life. Vaughn is the best. He's definitely the protagonist. 3 background, 3 support, and 3 offensive/forward people. Vaughn is best character ever. His voice was not my favorite, but he is iconic because of it. And I do like Vaughn. I don't know. He was a surprising character just in general for me. Boss music. I'm so hot. I'm wearing a toque in the middle of summer. Genius. I don't mind any FF12 characters. I will say that I don't dislike anybody. I just didn't really care about, especially Penelo, unfortunately. I will say, however, okay, so getting into a little bit of criticism. This is more of a story critique. To me, he's like a shittier Titus Lamel. I think I might like Vaughn more than Titus, but that's a toughie. Okay, here's what I gotta say though. And let's maybe tie this into story. A character that I didn't really like or care about is the main villain Vayne, and also kind of Gabranth. My issue with 12's story and what kind of weighs down the characters just a little bit is that I feel like 12 is way too business first. Don't get me wrong. It's a very serious story with a lot of serious stakes, and we've got to keep moving, and like shit needs to get done. And I like that everybody is very competent and wants to fix everything. But we get like no downtime with these characters to interact and really bounce off of one another and develop. We get a little bit of it, don't get me wrong, but like I feel like there's numerous times characters didn't even have a conversation with each other. Like, I don't think some of the characters in the main party even talk to each other. And I think that's a huge shame. It's as they are always in a hurry and at work. I feel that. Yeah, like, again, I get it. Shit is bad. And like, in all these games, we have things that we need to do. But every game, for the most part, we have time for these characters to at least talk to one another and try to develop them. Yeah, there's no fun. There's no lighthearted little sit down and chat moments. There's maybe one or two, and like I'm probably missing stuff, but like I just feel like these characters did not get to like experience each other's presence at all, and I feel like that really hurt the experience. And I'm like, I like these characters generally. I want to see them with one another. We don't get to. We don't get to even a little bit. Balthier is like the only person with even a smidge of charm just because of his personality. But like, I wanted more. I wanted more. Only real R&R is when Vaughn and Pinello sees the bench in Fawn Coast and runs into the water. Yeah. So that was a real shame. I would have loved more time with these characters, and getting to know them. So why I bring this up when I'm talking about Vayne. Also Vayne's little brother, I can't remember his name. I love him, he's cool. I wish I'd gotten more time with him. I wish he was a party member, to be honest. Sorry, Vayne. We don't share any sort of conversation with Vayne. We don't interact. Larsa, love Larsa. We do not get to interact or like know Vayne before we're like in a boss fight with him, fighting him. Like, we know he took over the city. We know he's a bad guy. We know that Ash has been overthrown by him pretty much. But like, nothing. Like, we just don't even know him. He doesn't even know us. And then we fight. And I'm like, I don't care about Vayne. Again, very business, very realistic, very whatever, but like, I just don't give a shit about Vayne. He actually, so at the very beginning of the game, I actually thought he was really interesting because there's that scene where he stands in front of the city and says like, you may not agree with me, but I am here and I care about you all. Let me open my arms and hear your words and questions. And I'm like, ooh, Vayne is scary because he's charismatic and like he knows how to work the people. He's scary and interesting, and then they do nothing with it. Like, I wanted more about him, and I wanted to care about him, and I think I wish the party had at least interacted with him a little bit. He's what? Someone stepping on my shtick? Oh, charismatic. Yeah, I just didn't care for Vayne. I really didn't. And then like Gabranth, I wanted to care more about, but like again, we only really interact with him at the very end. I feel like the judges, like what I mentioned about putting lots of ideas in a game and not really doing anything with it, is like the judges are introduced, made to seem really important, and then we fight like 2 of them, including Gabranth. The rest like die off screen or like fuck off, and I'm like, I thought these guys were supposed to be so important, and they're just not. I think I did see that, but I'm gonna look at it one more time, Farmer. Oh, where did you post it? Was it just in chat? Oh, it was in chat. Yeah. I love that. Very pretty. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I think 12's characters in the story are both something that I like and dislike, unfortunately. I think they sort of work against each other, unfortunately. And it's a situation where I just feel like I didn't get a chance to like them. Whereas in other games where Final Fantasy X, I know these characters. I think I've experienced all there is to deal with them, and I just don't like them. 12 is a game where I feel like I could like these characters, and they could be really interesting together, and I just don't get any. Talked about gameplay, talked about story and characters mostly. The story is, again, very point A to point B. We got places to be, and we're gonna go there and do it and find our MacGuffins, and that's fine. Oh, by the way, fuck Ritter on a Lighthouse. Is that the name of it? The big giant tower that takes like 6 years to go up. That sucked. I hated that. Although I did get Ardor there, and I love Ardor, so. What was I gonna say about the world? Oh! Something that really caught me off guard with 12. The judges are important in level 100 trial mode, I'm sure. But they really hyped them up to be a big presence in the story, and I really don't think we do anything with them, and that was unfortunate. What else? Oh, the world of 12 is Ivalice, which is connected to tactics, but if you ask me, there's very little to do with tactics. I think they just wanted to have 2 worlds connected for some reason. I don't hate the idea. I just, after playing the tactics, I'm like, how are these worlds connected? I don't understand, but whatever. It didn't ruin the experience. It didn't fuck with anything. I didn't have any expectations going from 12 to tactics. But when I was watching cutscenes of 12 and just learning about the world and the vibes, am I the only person, and I know I said this during my playthrough, but like 12 feels like it takes place in the same world as the prequel Star Wars movies. Am I crazy? I feel like there's some inspiration there. I don't know what the release window for this game was and development cycle. I'm pretty sure the Star Wars Episode 1 must have come out before 12 did. But holy shit, does this world feel like Star Wars. Not in a bad way, just I was constantly raising an eyebrow as I was playing through 12.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. They have Cid, they have Moogles, they have Phoenix Downs, Potions, Espers.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I mean, it's oh, you're saying in connection to into tactics. Does tactics even have Moogles? I don't remember there being Moogles in tactics. Although I love the Moogles in 12. Oh, was kidding. Oh. Yeah. I think that's really all I got to say about 12. Almost all. Not all. 3 was their first appearance, which is also why I like 3 so much. Yeah, 12 is good. 12 was really fun. It is not without issue. Just like all of these, including 5. 5 is perfect and I love it. Anyway, I could talk about 12 longer, but I'm not gonna. Let's talk about dog. Doggy. I wish I had a dog, but also I don't wish I had a dog, but I do. I just wish I had a dog that like took care of itself. Just like made my life really easy. Blep. Exactly. Okay, the next game we're talking about is 13, which okay. So, this is another weird one. I don't know if I should put this above or below B or C, but do I like? I think I do put it below 7. 2.5 hours in, we aren't even halfway. Good analysis so far, Drexymon. Love listening to this. As long as I know I'm just like rambling and whatever, and this is mostly for me because I want to get my thoughts out. But if you guys are enjoying it, I love that. Whoa, 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 whoa. Anal this, anal that. Yes, exactly. Jeez. No, I hope you guys are having fun, and I hope the music is a-okay. I labeled this as a 14 stream, so it feels fitting to play 14 music. Okay, let's talk about 13. This is probably one of the most polarizing. Oh my god, this is probably one of the most polarizing Final Fantasy games, I think, in the series. Some people love it, some people hate it. I feel like there's not a lot of that in the middle. Glorified hallway simulator. So that's the thing, is that everybody says that Final Fantasy 13 is a hallway simulator, but Final Fantasy 10 is even more of a hallway simulator because you can't do anything in 10 except for walk forward. Fuck 10. Kidding. If the hallways look awesome and are fun, then bring them on. And that's why 10 is mostly fine. 10's world is fun to explore and look at. 13's hallways are literal hallways. Every area in FF7 you get to is also corridor. Yeah, but 10 has Yuna, exactly, except for the world map. Yeah, it's just like every game is linear if you know where you're going. These aren't actually open world games for the most part. But like, if 13 is a hallway simulator, 10 is also a hallway simulator. However, 10's hallways are better to look at. Oh, that's a good point, Kay. I didn't consider that. That's a very, very good point. I had not thought about that. But a lot of people like to use linearity as a criticism. It can be, but I think linearity is an important thing sometimes, and it keeps the story moving forward, and it keeps it very structured, generally. So I would never use that as a criticism, but I do think that it is silly when people say that 13 is linear and 10 is not, or doesn't put the same sort of brand on it, you know? Is there a point in 13 where you can go back? I don't know why you'd want to, but moving on. So going into 13, obviously I knew that it was very shaky. Let's just talk about each thing. What should I talk about in 13? Actually, the first thing I'm going to say about 13 is, holy shit. Actually, we are going to shift our music to 13 for a moment, because holy shit, the music in Final Fantasy 13 is fucking amazing. 13's music goes so hard as I play the chillest ass song you've ever heard. It's not the best music ever, but I love 13's music. Something about 12's music, and I've talked to my friend about this. I like 12's music a lot. It's very, you can hear 12's music and like it's all cohesive, but like it's very 12. It's very believable in 12's universe. It feels very natural in 12. The thing about 13's music is that 13's music is immediately grabbable as 13's music, and it's all very memorable to me personally. Something that I have a problem with music from 12 is that I find that 12's music, it's great while you're listening to it, and then I immediately forget it. Like, I don't think 12 has a lot of songs that have what I would describe as like a melody, but like, you can hum every song in 13. You can't hum music from 12, really. Like, you can, there are a few. City of Rabanastre might be the most notable one, but like, I don't I think that 13's music is so gripping and unique and still fantastic. I didn't talk about 8's music. 8's music is very good. I want to say that before I forget. I could talk about music, but that would take forever. There's a few 12 songs I like. And no, I'm not saying I don't like 12's music. I'm just saying that 13's is so much more memorable and like unique, and I love it. Get me on those fucking violins. Like, there's something about 13 where it just stands out to me. Anyways, that's music. I could talk about music way too long. I'm trying to not talk about that as much since music is so subjective. But so is everything about all these games, so maybe I should talk about music. Anyway, let's talk about 13's. I don't even know where to start with 13. Let's talk about the combat in 13, because that was a mixed thing, and I think a lot of people talk about that. So 13 is like if you took turn-based and the ATB gauge and made it all live, all moving all the time. 12 and 13's music I both love, but can almost not mention a single track. 13's I've got a few more on, and maybe it's just that I like it more, but that's about it. If FF4.9, I know most tracks. And I think that is also the shift into more not generic, but like more orchestral pieces. And like that's one of my problems with 12 is that everything is so like structurally and like sort of traditionally orchestral to me, that I feel like they all kind of blend together. Whereas like 13 still very orchestral, but like they highlight parts of the tracks and they feel very different from other songs in the series. I don't know. 13 really stands out with its tracks and its instruments and stuff. Whereas I feel like 12 songs all kind of turn into one very well constructed, very well performed ball of I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, let me talk about Final Fantasy XIII's combat because it's weird. It's a neat idea. If you name the track, I will go listen to it and play it right now. Or are you talking about the one I'm playing right now, Saber's Edge? Very good. Don't get me wrong, 13's music is not all great, but I like that they are a lot more distinct from one another. I'll play another one in just a sec. Not playing Snow's theme because I hate snow. Although also, I think, does 13 do the thing where like each character kind of has an instrument? Because even before I was gonna play it, Lightning's theme and Lightning's instrument is definitely violins. Here you go. Ooh, so good. Crank those violins. Anyway. Oh, combat. Fuck, I'm getting so off track. It's like a mix of like live action and turn-based and whatever. It's neat, I guess. I don't know. It does feel a little boring to wait around for something to happen in 13. So much of the game is just smashing the auto ability and letting the game play itself. Paradigm shifting is a cool idea. The whole game being based around building up a stagger gauge and then crossing your fingers that you don't get knocked into the air and having no agency in sort of how you deal with enemies a lot of the times. You kind of just have to sit there and hope to God your characters go in the right place. This is coming from someone who has only played the game once. And I definitely know that there is some crazy mastery to 13, which is good. The game has a deep combat system if you're willing to give it the time. I did not appreciate that the game forced me to use Hope, but we will get to characters in a sec, and I know that you like Hope, Kay. I'm sorry. But it still feels very limiting in terms of your character and party comp and creation. Because it feels like for so much of the game, you always need to have people trained up on Ravager, and you always need to have somebody trained up on Medic, and you always need to have somebody trained up on Tank, which does fit into the roles thing that I always talk about and love. I did make Fang my tank. Lightning kind of turned into my Ravager DPS, and then Zaz was my kind of commando lead. Eden Under Siege is a good track. I'll play that after. But I don't know. I do appreciate that 13 let me level everybody at the same time, and that led to a much more satisfying experience. I'm trying to find Eden Under Siege. Is this Zaz's theme? Yes, it is. Where? Oh, here we go. Yeah, this one goes so hard. Yeah, I don't know, dude. The combat still feels too automated. It feels like when I wish I had more agency over my partner characters. Honestly, put like Gambits in 13. It was great to get the other party members and they had 10. Yeah, that was awesome. When we got to the end of the game and Hope has like a full game's worth of CP. That was funny. I do like that the game still does generally let you pick whoever you want for the team and doesn't really punish you for it. Weapon. Oh, okay, hold on. Something that I need to talk about. And again, where these games, they get their depth, but holy shit. The gear crafting system and how you unlock passive abilities by like crafting something to max level, then synthesizing it into something else, and then that poops out a new item with the passive you want. Too much. Too much. Needs to be more clear. The trial and error on display with the accessory crafting system is way too much. Way too much. That shit needs to be like very clear. The experimenting and bullshit, too much. too much in my opinion. That was something that I always felt was really weird. It is what it is, though. I like that you heal after every battle. The Gestalt system is kind of cool. It is kind of a shame that only the lead character can use theirs. I feel like Quake was never that good. The game has too many, like, the end fire, end arrow, end thunder, end ice, end water, and then, like, bar fire, bar arrow, bar lightning, bar, and then, like, the reverse of them on your opponent. Like, too many status things. There's too many. You need to consolidate those. I was on the struggle bus with the Zaz Vanille parts. And we'll get to that with characters, because that's mostly my issue with the Zaz Vanille bit. The combat is neat. It is too complicated on a first playthrough. I can see that it gets depth, and I've seen some people do some really cool stuff with it. But I think, unfortunately, 13's gameplay is really lacking. Let me crank this shit. But yeah, I think that's just that it didn't really feel good to me. I didn't like how much auto battle there was. I guess I should talk about the characters now, shouldn't I? Considering how much of 13 is just story, which isn't a bad thing. But I feel like I should talk about that. Okay, let's get through Lightning. The more I played 13, the less I used auto battle. I think once you get later into the game, you're kind of forced to adjust. I think the paradigm shifting is where a lot of the actual gameplay comes in, honestly. Thank you. Let me talk about Lightning. I really like Lightning. Lightning's awesome. She's kind of like, sort of hard-ass that softens up as the game goes on, but I find that she's a lot more believable. She's like very serious soldier, very professional, but like is ready to literally throw her life away when her sister is in danger. Seeing her interactions with, admittedly, Hope, as she warms up and kind of teaches him, and then also goes through her own struggles with following what you're told versus doing what you want to do, and destiny and all that sort of stuff. I love how badass she is. I wanted to see her succeed. I genuinely was like, she deserves happiness. Fuck. I like her a lot. She's, I don't know. It's kind of hard to perfectly nail down how I feel about her because she's so stoic a lot of the time. But I just liked how like badass and competent she was. Don't really have much more to say about her. Watching her punch Snow in the face gives me life. I guess we should talk about Snow. Mostly because I have the most bad things to say about Snow. Snow is not as bad as I really make him out to be. He is just horrifically generic and like uninteresting. He is way too positive. He is way too hetero. The fact that everything he does is for this girlfriend that he's marrying now, and they're a weird couple that I don't really care about at all because we don't really get any time to see them before, oh, we're in love and getting married and I care about you so much. I'm like, where did we see any of this development? Oh wait, we didn't. I think this is like the ending track of 13. Hold on, where's everybody's favorite song? Here we go. Oh, come on. Anyway. Yeah, I don't like Snow. I don't think I have to get into that too much. He's not that bad, but he is so annoying. Yeah, weird. Like, it's just like, I'm fine to give them time to show why I should care about them, but we just don't get any of that. We're just thrown in and told, yeah, he loves her so much and you should care about her. And I'm like, I don't care about these two at all. And then he starts like a rebellion effort and then doesn't kill Hope's mom. Moms are tough. It's kind of a spoiler for something. I won't talk about it. I only care about him being, he's hot, sure, I guess. I wish he had a full beard, but like whatever. I don't know. Snow is something. Zaz. I feel like I should talk about Zaz next. I like Zaz. He's understandably very troubled. He kind of puts on a mask, I feel like, a little too much, but he's clearly trying to not freak the fuck out while he's trying to save his son. He's a little, I don't know, caricature-y at times, I feel like. I don't know how to feel about the second and I think only other black character in all of Final Fantasy also wielding a gun and kind of being sort of a stereotype, but maybe that's not my place to talk about or criticize. I don't know. Maybe we should just have more characters and let them be unique. I don't know. Just feels weird. Feels a little weird. But he was a nice, lighthearted, and still sort of grounded character during all of this madness. I don't really have much else to say about him. I think he was just fine. I never really found myself hating him or not enjoying his presence. Yeah, he was kind of like the only comedic relief sort of character. I guess that was the only thing, is everybody else was pretty serious. Actually, that's not true. Then we'll get to Vanille. Yeah, he was whatever. At this rate, we're going to be talking about FF for the same amount of time you were playing them. I'm trying. There's just so much to say about some of these games. I'll try to shorten it, especially for these spin-offs. So I don't have that much to say about those. The mainline ones are the ones I really want to focus on. Okay, come on, keep it moving. Zaz. Yeah, that's all I have to say about Zaz. Let's talk about Vanille. Vanille, we'll get to Hope. Vanille bothered the hell out of me for pretty much the entire game. She is so annoying, and really, I hate how, like, what's it called when, like, you're an adult and you act like a child, not childish, but like infantilizing or something. She made me uncomfortable like the entire game. I just did not like Vanille ever. I do think she sort of has a neat story by the end of it, and I understand her struggles, but every time she made noises and whatever the hell, I just cringed. I did not like her one bit for like the entire game, and even after learning about her history, I still don't really think that really redeemed her. This is also a 13 song, can you believe it? Yeah, I don't know. I think Vanille, unfortunately, is pretty low on my list. At the very, very end, I kind of like her because of what happens during that finale. Holy shit. But we'll get there as well. Hope. God. Okay, so I do think a big part of why I don't like Hope is because the trope of him assuming what happened with his mom and not just having a genuine open conversation with Snow. It's the trope of like a misunderstanding that just like snowballs. I hate that. Just fucking talk. Just like actually talk to each other. And that's also Snow's fault. Best subject ever in video gaming though. We'll see. I mean, it's a big, huge series. That's why I have so much to say about it and why I wanted to do this in the first place. Snow. We might fuck. Oh, Hope. Yeah, like again, I think he is allowed to feel the way that he does. He is a kid. His mom is dead. He has been turned into a supposed villain of his own nation. He doesn't know what to do. He's just a kid. He is allowed to feel very troubled and frustrated. It is believable. It just is annoying that I have to be stuck with him for so long and deal with this plot point for such a huge part of the game. And I feel like he doesn't ever really grow into a character that I end up liking, but I sort of tolerate him by the end. He is still just completely aimless. He is a fucking child though, so I get it. But it just gets a little exhausting. I feel like we're out here babysitting this kid. We'll talk about it after, but 13-2 makes him 1,000 times better. Really like 13-2, Hope. We will get there. And then Fang. I love Fang. She's so hot. I think she's so fucking cool. I do think I like Lightning a little bit more than Fang, only because Fang doesn't get as much time to exist and be anything more than serious and kind of on her own little mission. I think it's more realistically portrayal of a teenager compared to other FF games. Absolutely. Again, I think it is very accurate, but I just didn't like being around it the entire time. But that's, again, subjective. That's more my own problem. Yeah, I do like Fang a lot. It's hard for me not to just absolutely love Fang, but it feels a little hollow. Like I like her a lot. Betrayer. Seriously, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think Fang's really cool, but I unfortunately feel like I don't have a lot to say about her. Does that make any sense? I think on like a surface level and like in very like simple ways, she works for me and is very cool, but like I also feel like she doesn't get enough development or really as many interactions with everybody as I think she would need for me to really rank her highly. Fang is the strong woman of the group. She just is. And that's kind of how it feels. Like, I don't really get anything from Fang besides some questionable choices. But I can't help but love her. I think she's so fucking cool. I did put her as my most hot female character. She has the muscles already developed into her adult finished self. Yeah, she doesn't really have any development throughout the game. She makes like one rash decision and then her Summon gets mad, and then she's like, "Oops, never mind, my bad." Yeah, but she's very, very cool. I really like Fang. That's the main cast. The main villains of the game, I guess we'll get into with the story. Fang, Lightning, Vanille. I mean, depends on what we're ranking, but Vanille is always going to be at the bottom of my list, almost no matter what. I do like Vanille more than Selphie, let's make that clear. Hope, Zaz, Snow. I like Lightning more than Fang in terms of character. Anyway. We talked about gameplay, we talked about characters, let's talk about the story in the world. Okay, so this is the thing about Final Fantasy 13 that I got so stuck on once I finished the game. And I think it's because of the ending, but we will get to the ending. But 13's world is very interesting to me. I think it does a much better job of being like a future world where we still explore other parts of it compared to something like 7. I think 13's future world is still very believable, especially because like Cocoon versus Pulse are like isolated versions of each other. We see the history of these worlds as we go through them, and we get told it kind of well, but sort of we're almost expected to know so much about the game before it even starts. I really hope that the next FF is a futuristic one. Me too. I want the next game to be completely different from 16. Not because I didn't like 16. We will get to 16. But because I like when these games are different. And I'm so here for whatever the fuck they throw at us. So I like make each mainline game completely different from the last every time, please. I want the next game to be futuristic, and then I want the next game to not be futuristic. Like, let's go. Anyway. Story and world. The world of 13 is fascinating, and I really like it. The fal'Cie are a really interesting concept. The l'Cie thing is scary but kind of cool. Focuses are a neat idea, and like becoming forced to be a servant of God is a terrifying concept. It's neat. It's really cool. I like it a lot. I don't like Barthandelus because he was very boring and uninteresting, and and to be fair, like I mentioned, Vayne does not interact with the party even a little bit, and I didn't like that. Barthandelus at least does interact with us, though I still don't like him, mostly just because he's very boring and not interesting as a character, but I'm glad we at least experienced him a few times, and our interactions with him only made me more confused as to what his motivations were, but then you learn it and it's weird, but still whatever. The general story of 13 is mostly interesting, though I think the moment-to-moment scenes and writing are not fun, and I don't really like them. I was disappointed with Jills. Oh, her. Me too. She is like this cool. I wasn't super here for the mommy dominatrix vibe, though maybe a little bit. But she like appears, is intimidating, evil, and then immediately dies. And I was like, okay, like what the fuck? Because we got nothing from her, and now I'm left with Barthandelus, who I don't like, and I guess Sid, but that's like a whole nother thing. Anyway. I think the story is interesting, but I just think that how it is paced and the actual moment-to-moment character moments and story beats are not great. I felt like having all the characters separate from one another. The opening of the game is really hard to get through because the game is throwing around so many terms that you don't understand, and you're hopping from character to character to character. Everybody's having their own little private storyline. Like somebody mentioned, Zaz and Vanille by themselves do not work well together. They are not an interesting dynamic. Lightning and Hope are not super great either, though it's better than Zaz and Vanille, I think. Once everybody's together, we're all fighting Barthandelus, and then immediately after that, we're like underneath the city, moving towards going to Pulse. But like by then, we've learned that Bartandalus's motivation is that he wants us to become strong enough to kill him. And then that whole thing and like the overall plot of the game is so crazy and weird, and the motivations for the gods are making servants to become strong enough to kill them, to cause a mass extinction so that the creator will return. It's like a neat idea, but it's so all over the place, and the way that the story plays out is so wild. And like the fact that once the party knows that that's what the gods want, and like that their focus has to be that thing, and then they're like, we won't do what you want us to do, but then they do it because they have to. And then they do it, and the gods are like, haha, yes, this is what we want. Why don't they just like let themselves die, but maybe they're programmed or something to make sure that they die or don't die? I don't know. Because when you kill Orphan's like, no, like, isn't this what you wanted? Like, I don't get it. Hold on, maybe I should jump back to 14 music. We shouldn't play this. I feel like I'm gonna get removed. No. This is a good song. Actually, hold on. I want to do this. Okay, anyways. Yeah, the story and everything that happens in 13 is just like so batshit crazy and weird and hard to explain and digest, but it is interesting. I will say that. As an overall experience with 13, I just feel like it's complicated and it's not always a great time, but it was just like 8, an unforgettable one. And I will say that Final Fantasy 13's ending is probably one of my favorites in the entire series. Holy shit. That is some insanity. It is very cool and exciting. And I like it a lot. And it made me want to know everything about 13. So I dug into wikis and I learned and understood everything. And now I get it. But yeah, 13's a weird one. I don't think I can hate on it too much, but I think it's also got a lot of problems, and I think it's rightfully polarizing. I am putting it kind of right in the middle. I do think I enjoyed 7 a little bit more just because of gameplay reasons and other stuff. And yes, I was gonna say, but then they ruined it a lot, and we'll get to that. Anyways, sorry, these games, some of these games I'm not gonna talk about as much, especially a certain game. Yeah, it's no surprise that I love Final Fantasy 14. I wouldn't be playing this game for as many years as I have if I didn't like it. I've been playing it for like a decade, I'm pretty sure, and I think I'm probably going to be playing it until I die. 14's really good. I don't have much to say. I couldn't even go into it because it's such a long experience. If you haven't played 14, try the trial. Try and find friends to play it with. I can't recommend it enough. It has everything that I've talked about. It is not without problems, obviously, just like everything else. But I would not have spent as much time with it if I didn't like it as much as I do. I don't think I can wrap this up and make it an easily understandable piece. I think maybe, and I don't know. It's like MMOs aren't for everybody, and apparently they are for me. At least this one is. I don't like WoW, so it's weird. Like, I don't like World of Warcraft. I don't really like MapleStory. I can never really seem to get myself to play more of what am I trying to say? I can't get myself to play more of RuneScape or anything, so I don't know. It might just be this one, so if that tells you anything, maybe you will like it. But I don't know. I just think everybody should try it, but at the same time, I'm not gonna make anybody. And if you don't like them, maybe you just won't like this one too. But 14 is really special to me, and I like it a lot. And I am not going to say any more about it because I don't think I will stop if I start. Yeah. If anything, it's probably better to break it down by expansions, but we don't have the fucking time for that. I mean, we do, but I don't. Anyway, moving on. I really, really can't start talking about 14. It's really lovely. I like it a lot. And I think it's very deserving of all the praise it's earned over the years. And I think everybody should try it. Anyway, Final Fantasy 15, I put right here. Do I still feel that way? 15 below 13, 15 above 8. Yeah, I think so. The problem with 15 is that my oh my, what a broken little game, unfortunately. I think that 15, just like 8 and 13, has a lot of ideas and not all of them stick. 15, I think, was what remade like 3 different times, and its director was passed around and everything went to shit, Kupo. Yeah. Fucking it's such a hard game to like, and I want to like it more, but I just can't. Its story is so not good. The characters are decent. The gameplay is so janky that I don't really like fighting most of the time. Magic feels like shit. Noctis is mostly fun to fly around with. Warp Strike is probably the best part of the whole game. The combat is trying to be really cinematic and flashy at times, but the way that it forces those things ends up looking really bad in motion. A lot of times it tries to do these like cinematic character finishers, and it'll just snap characters into place, and they'll be like on geometry in a fucked up way. A lot of the times the enemy that you're fighting is already dead. Like, it's just, ugh. It wants to be so much, and it does not deliver on almost any of it. Pour one out to Lunafreya for being one of the most robbed characters of any development and story. Just like Snow and Sarah, I almost forgot her name. This game wants you to believe so hard that Noctis and Lunafreya are in love. Like, where? Like, I don't believe it for a moment. It is not shown. I don't believe it for a moment. I would love to have seen what Versus 13 was supposed to be and experience that, and who knows, maybe one day we will, and maybe it'll be part of a completely different game series, who knows. But yeah. What the fuck? What the fuck? I want to like it. It's got some great music. The world is very big. If you wanted a non-linear game to go and fuck around with, there you go. It's 15. Soak it in. But yeah, that is a game, and I don't really want to talk about it anymore. So we're not gonna. Moving on. Yeah, I think it's above 8 just because it's a more engaging experience overall, and the story isn't as completely batshit, but it is still not good. And 13 at least feels like a more complete and finished game than 15 does, so we'll leave it at that. Oh, this song's so good. Hi 16, I really like you, but how much do I like you? Come on. Why is tier list always so buggy? This, I might have to move some stuff around. But yeah, 16 to me is definitely 100% above 12. Is it better than 9? Debatable. I don't know. Is it better than 9? I don't think so. But, okay. So, because 16's new, and there's a lot of people talking about it, we're going to give this one some time. We rushed through 14 and 15. I like 16 a lot. I really like 16. I don't know if I like it more than 9. Definitely don't like it more than 5. It's not my favorite game of the series, but I like 16 a lot. Let's blast through it. I don't want to get into spoilers, but I do want to talk about it. It's too new to talk fully about story, but I really like the combat. And like that's probably the biggest focus going on in 16 is the combat. When it was being shown off, we really thought it was going to be even more of a character action game than we ended up getting. It feels a lot more. People have comparisons to The Witcher, which I think is mostly fair, but I think it's still its own experience. It's almost like a Devil May Cry light. You've got the combos, you've got the magic, you've got the swords and the dodging, long range attacks. Like it is like a character action game, but I don't think it quite takes off the weights and lets you go crazy with it in the way that I think a lot of people wanted to. Like, Final Fantasy 16 is not a Devil May Cry. It is not a Bayonetta. But it has pieces of it. And for the most part, those things do feel really good. The amount of abilities you have access to and what you can swap between in combat is really awesome. A lot of the times do enemies sort of feel like they're all the exact same, and there's not a lot of variety in how you fight enemies. A little bit sometimes, but I don't know, that's every sort of character action fighty game. I think they maybe could have cranked up the character action bits more. I kind of wish that they just gone all in on that a little bit more. Ouch. But I still think that the gameplay is really fun and satisfying. I would almost love to see a 16-2. I'm not even kidding. I don't exactly know how that would work, but like, I'm not quite ready to let go. I kind of want a really sick-ass realized character action game out of Final Fantasy. And I think 16 is a really good sort of step towards that, but I don't know. It's tough because I'm also like, I want the next game to be completely different, but you can't have it all. But I want everything. Gameplay, really good. Could it be better? Absolutely. Do I still like it? Yes. Characters. Everybody's very serious, but we still get some really nice, good one-on-one with everybody. Good fleshing out. Great characters here and there. Cid is amazing. Clive is also great. Jill is great. Lots of characters are great. Torgal is the best character. Without spoiling things, I would say the villain of 16 is not my favorite. Pretty uncharismatic and pretty uninteresting. Though very intimidating and scary, but at the same time, blech. The general story, I actually do like the flow of what happens over the course of the game. I do think it's generally well structured. I will say that there is some very slow side story stuff. When I say side story, actually what I should be saying is the side story content, everybody has criticism for the side quests. It's pretty valid. Though the in-between big main story missions can drag on and feel pretty slow and blah at times. Though I think they're not all that bad. But when the game wants to be big and crazy and cinematic and story-driven and really tight, it is, in my opinion. So I think it still does a really good job. The world, I mean, like what the plot is and how the world interacts with it. We're back to a very, very like sort of grounded medieval fantasy. You know, I mean, there's giant summon things flying all over the place and huge ass crystals. But I like that. I like the world. It's kind of interesting, and what ends up happening over the course of the story with it is also quite interesting. I like that a lot. I think I'll move on from 16. I don't have much more to say. Good game. I think people are overly critical or maybe sleeping on this, or that's not a Final Fantasy game. What have I said this entire time? Shut up. Okay, do I consolidate this list? Do I move anything into F? It feels mean moving anything into F. I'm gonna leave this as it is. I think this makes sense. I need to snip this. I think I feel pretty good about this. I'm gonna put this in my Discord for later. The look of a mansplaining fantasy lover. Oh my god. The Canadian flag. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so funny. Anyways, soak this in. Okay. You guys are so funny. Okay, so that's the mainline games. I think I feel pretty good about this. I think we can move on to the other games. Oh my god, I've been talking for so long. Let's keep it moving. Okay, so I'm gonna start with a game that I can pretty confidently put in F tier. I did not like Type 0 even a little bit. I am very sorry to anybody out there that really vibed with it. Do I think that maybe me rushing through it and also not liking the weird child soldier high school vibes of it got in the way of my enjoyment? Yeah, probably. I think this is a game very not for me. No. Gameplay wise, story wise, character wise, all bad. All bad, all bad, all bad. I maybe had like one moment that I thought was cool, and then like everything I didn't like about it. Yuck. Just a bad game. I'm really sorry. I think for some people, take care, K9. Thank you so much. I will post the finished side games one. Thank you for hanging in until the main line games were at least done, but I'm sorry if I kept you. Have great sleeps. Take care of yourself. I will see you on Saturday. And that will not be a Final Fantasy stream. Let it be known. We are done after this. But I gotta get these thoughts out. I gotta put them somewhere. I gotta put them somewhere. Hold on. I remember I made in my big ass thing, I ranked the side games briefly. Actually, fuck it. I don't need to do that. I can rank them myself with my brain. Let's talk about 10-2. I'm a weirdo and I like it. Do I really like it more than 10? 10-2 is not without its issues. It's really messy, really all over the place. I have a charismatic sleep. It's really all over the place. I don't know why Pain is here. I guess Lulu's pregnant, so she can't be a part of it, but that would have been neat. Pain is just here to be here and kind of tie in some other characters that are also being introduced in 10-2. I think the gameplay of 10-2 is where it is much better than 10, in my opinion. 3 characters only. We've introduced a job system. I am happy as hell. Also, yeah, very good point. They're like, oh, can I see? She's just like, nothing. Corseted. I'm like, dude, that baby's gonna come out fucking 10 feet tall. Um, the story of 10-2 is pretty blech, and it's the same world, so I still love whatever the world of 10 is called, but I like that. But like plot wise, I'm pretty bleh. I love Yuna though, and like seeing her like just do her thing and be even Spira, thank you. I was like, I feel like I know the name. Yeah, Spira. But I don't know. Love Yuna. Don't love most of the story bits and pieces. Love the gameplay. Like the gameplay more than 10. Yeah, I think I have to put it above 10. Thanks. Okay, let's keep it going. What's the next on my list? We're gonna talk about Stranger of Paradise. I didn't like Stranger of Paradise. I'm thinking if I really didn't like it more than... Did I like 1? Did I enjoy playing Final Fantasy 1 more than I enjoyed playing Stranger of Paradise? No, that's not fair. Did I like... No, I liked Stranger of Paradise more than 15. I guess. I mean, as a game, it's kind of interesting, but like... This story is okay. The characters are terrible in Stranger of Paradise. Holy shit. I don't know, dude. Stranger of Paradise is a really hard one to rank. Chaos. This is another weird one where I think the people... We've seen from interviews that people were really surprised by the reception of Stranger of Paradise. I think they really thought they were making like a serious and like mature Final Fantasy game where there's crystal blood and yeah, chaos is intimidating and we're gonna kill him and that's cool. Whereas a lot of the reception was like, this is so stupid and funny. Holy shit, this has to be intentional, right? And it's not. It's not intentional. It is going for the serious vibes. And I think if they had maybe realized sooner how silly of a game this was and how like funny it is, and they could have like cranked up the campiness more, I think this could have been a slam dunk a bit more. But like, fuck, are the characters completely exempt of any charm? Ugh. I don't know. It's a decently fun game, but do I put this below 8? No. But I don't put it above 15. Do I? I don't know. Stranger of Paradise is a weird game. I like wanted to like it more, but it just, I don't know. Anyways, Final Fantasy Tactics War of the Lions. Now this is a game that people have a lot of love for, and I don't know if it was just because I played the PSP version. I don't know if it's because I fucked up my team. I don't know what I did wrong. But excuse me. I'm really thinking about this one. Tactics, I liked it, but I also didn't like it. I felt like I constantly ran into roadblocks where my team wasn't good enough, or I built the wrong team, or I spent too much time turning my white mage into an orator or whatever I turned them into, and then they sucked. I don't know if I made a huge mistake in not making everybody partially a chemist because using items and throwing items at each other is busted. I don't know if I wasted all my time trying to get a Dragoon or whatever. This is another game where I feel like it's really brutal on first timers, but the people who grew up and played it and now understand it inside and out love it to hell. I don't know, dude. I don't know what it was that I just did not love. Yeah, give me a sec. I just didn't. I didn't like it. And like also the characters and story of Tactics, I'm not a huge fan of. The world is, you know, pretty typical Final Fantasy adventure fantasy whatever. My problem with the characters is that I feel like anybody I wanted to know more about, we weren't allowed to expand on, like Agrius and Sidolphus and even Mustadio, because the moment that you meet them and they become a part of your party, they have to factor in that they could die from permadeath. So you never get more of them after their brief story. Obviously, Sidolphus gets more because he's on the bad guy's side or whatever. He's working against them from the inside. But like Agrius is cool for like 2 cutscenes and then like never again. And like she might as well not exist. And that's a huge shame. Really hated that. And then the story itself, well, obviously the fact that we don't get to spend time with characters that I initially really liked sucks. The story is a little weird because it mostly focuses on Ramza's story of rebelling against his own family and kingdom, while also watching all these other kingdoms fight for power and sort of self-destruct under their pursuit of power and control. I was really confused by the story's focus on Delita, because the whole story starts about Ramza and Delita being friends. Delita is from poverty or something, but then everybody, or this one fucker treats him shitty, and then the rebellion or the power struggle becomes more potent. Delita's sister is killed by one of Ramza's own countrymen, and then that sparks a rift. But then Ramza's clearly against it, but Delita gets mad at Ramza because he's a part of their society, so then Delita runs off to like be for another enemy nation. And then that whole plot line kind of slowly disappears. Like, we're fighting to protect this princess, but then Delita kidnaps her and then is like, you're gonna be the one to help us, blah blah blah. And then they sort of fall in love, don't fall in love, maybe she's faking it. But then like Ramza and Delita's relationship, like I was expecting some big climax between the two of them, and then like Delita kind of just goes off and does his own thing and has like a separate story separate from the main plot of the game, and we're just kind of like fed it slowly over the course of the entire game while Ramza is trying to save the world. And then and this I don't hate, but just everything's wrapping up. I'm waiting for Ramza and Delita to have their moment or whatever, and then Delita is killed by the woman that he's kidnapped slash trying to fall in love with. And that was amazing and really unexpected. I thought was cool. Kind of a Romeo and Juliet vibe, but like it kind of was really anticlimactic. And like it's sad and understandable and like it's a tragic story, I guess, but like I didn't really care. So I don't know. I another like all these games that I kind of struggled to enjoy, I do want to see them remade because I almost feel like that could help with a lot of my issues. Anyways, I've talked about Tactics too much, but it's mostly because I feel like I have to explain myself. Do I like Tactics more than 7? Yes. Do I like 11 more than Tactics? Yes. Do I really like Tactics more than 13? Yeah. Okay, yeah. I think that's a good spot for Tactics. Hold on, I'm changing my music again. My lips are getting chapped to hell. Oh, that's so quiet. You can not hear that. Maybe I should just crank it on my end, or crank it on your end. That's still too quiet. And what about this? I feel like find a different soundtrack. There you go. Have some 8, but in 14 music. Okay, sorry. Back to what we're talking about. Yeah, whatever, tactics. That's probably a fine spot for it. Ugh. Okay. We can do this. We can get through this. I only have like a million more games to go through. Dirge of Cerberus. Okay. So where Stranger of Paradise is not fun. Dirge of Cerberus is a hard one to put any higher. I feel like I'm fighting against my criticisms with it. I'm very biased because I think Dirge of Cerberus is so stupid and silly and edgy, but fun. Obviously, it's all the characters from 7, but a lot of them have been fleshed out a little bit, but it mostly focuses on Vincent. All the new characters that they add, I don't like, so that makes it kind of hard. As a game, it's kind of hard to rank against the others because it's so different. It is a third-person shooter action game featuring just Vincent. It is so weird and stupid, and I love it. But, like, the characters are terrible. The gameplay is pretty meh. Good at sometimes, but, like, dreadful at other times. And the story is pretty blech. So it's definitely a huge bias here. I think this is a respectable spot. I really should put it lower. In fact, I think I have to. I'll put it here. I don't know. It's not a particularly good game. But I can't help it. I don't know. No, it's gotta... Oh, man. Do I... It's kind of shit. But I like it so much. I don't know, man. I really... Should it even be above 13? Probably not. I don't know, dude. I don't fucking know. 7. I'll put it here. It sits right behind that one. Jesus, this music is going crazy. Moving on. Yes. Okay. Moving on. Dirge of Cerberus, Crisis Core. Okay. No, you know what? Hold on. I'm remembering something I said during my thingy. Yeah, I think that's how I feel. Crisis Core is... I don't know. It's not such a bad game, but like... The way it's paced is pretty blech. And like the gameplay gets pretty repetitive and bland. I like Zack, but like I don't know. I feel like I get kind of sick of it. Do I like Crisis Core more than 4? Yes. Do I like it more than 8? Yes. Do I like it more than Stranger Paradise? Yes. Do I like it more than 15? Yes. Like it more than 8? Or 13. Do I like it more than 13? Yeah. I'll just put it there. It's a weird game. And to be fair, I didn't really sit with it for very long, but like a lot of the character moments I'm not a big fan of. A lot of the story is interesting just because it's some backstory. Genesis sucks so bad. I hate Genesis. Oh my god, does he weigh that experience down like crazy. You'd think I'd be down for that because he's kind of stupid and campy and poetic and all this bullshit, but I don't like Genesis. Blah, 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 blah. 7. Okay, now the remakes. Okay, so I could talk about these games forever. I'm gonna rank Rebirth first. It feels weird. Do I like Rebirth more than 16? Maybe. Oh, that's tough. Maybe. That feels. Ugh. It's like I kind of do. Okay, let me make one thing very clear with the remake and Rebirth games is that, like I said, I do genuinely think that Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth are like the definitive better versions of 7. The music sounds better. The world is incredibly realized. Though I still have issues with the whole like sort of more fantasy versus like weird apocalyptic nuclear world. However, I feel like they did actually update the towns in 7 to feel a little bit more believable in this world. So I think that helps a lot. The thing that the remake series does so well that I think is so worthy of putting it so high, and like I do enjoy these games, but like these games fix the characters of 7. Like I pretty much like everybody in these games now, where I like hated most of the party characters in original 7. Now I like love all of them. Like Cloud is still sitting in this kind of weird shell of like jerk quiet boy, but like kind of funny sometimes, messing with his own mind and trying to figure out who he is and what's going on. Barrett is amazing now. Aerith is even better. Tifa, I still have issues with. There's things I like about her more in this, but I'm still having issues. Maybe part 3 will help me. Like I said, Aerith's amazing. Red 13 is made even better. Sid, from what we've seen, has been saved from being an absolute shithead. Even Vincent is really great with what brief time we've had with him. I would say, though, that Barrett is definitely a huge improvement, but the absolutely best rescued and changed character, in my opinion, is Cait Sith, or Catchy, however you want to say it. Holy shit, did they fix Cait Sith. He is 1,000 times better. I love him so much. I already really liked seeing him and Reeve in Dirge of Cerberus, and I'm really hoping that the party actually gets to meet Reeve in part 3. But holy shit, what an improvement. What an insane improvement. I could talk about these games forever. Again, it's like, I already kind of feel weird about 7 and its world and whatever, but I feel like Remake and Rebirth are fixing those things slowly. Saying I like Rebirth more than 16 still feels weird, but it's like, I do like the characters of Rebirth. I do like the gameplay of Rebirth. The plot feels a little bit better, though they've actually changed a few things in Rebirth from original that I'm like a little unsure about. And how weird and complex it's getting. I'm trying not to spoil things, but it's like, I don't really know. I don't know. I'd say like 16 and Rebirth are kind of like together. Rebirth might just barely eke out 16, but 16's still really good, which just shows how good Rebirth is, honestly, and how much I enjoyed it. So, moving on. Let's keep this moving. Remake, Rebirth, Type 0, I already said sucks, Bigfoot. Fucking poopy butt. Oh, we get to talk about 13-2 and Lightning Returns finally. Wonder if Kay's still here. If not, it's all good, but I am just very curious. Okay, so good boss music to talk about 13. So yeah. So I almost feel like I need to talk about them, like, disclaimer, because I'm like, I almost have to rank the 13 games against each other. Yeah, I fucking love this song. 13-2 makes the combat better, but I hate it because it exists and it ruins the ending of 13. I do not give you've already heard me talk about this. I don't like Caius. I don't like Nero, whatever his name is. What's his name? I forgot his name. Noel. I don't like Noel. I don't like Time Girl. I barely like Sarah. So the story and the characters aren't really getting me. I just didn't really... I wasn't there for it, but the gameplay is better, in my opinion, than 13. But, I find it so... I think I literally just tuck 13-2 right behind 13. I think I liked 13-2 more than I liked Final Fantasy 15. More than Stranger of Paradise. Yeah. More than 8. Sure, I guess. I don't know. It's almost like they have to go together. But I think I like 13 more. Only because its world and stuff was interesting to me. And then I think 13-2 kind of shittied all over it. But I do think that 13-2's gameplay is better than 13. But the actual plot and characters and shit that's going on in 13-2 I don't care about. I don't care about Caius. I'm sorry. He's very handsome, but I just don't give a shit. 13, as I like to call it, 13-3, kind of goes even... Oh, sorry. We're talking about 13-2 finally. Hope is great in 13-2. They fixed him. He's a grown-up, and he's actually really cool and competent and knows his shit. Like Hope in 13-2 a lot. And then they ruin him again in Lightning Returns by making him back into what he was and then sucking out all of his character and whatever. He didn't have any to begin with, but he's kind of annoying. God, where do I put Lightning Returns? So here, again, between all the games, like one at a time, I think 13-3, Lightning Returns, has the best gameplay, in my opinion. I feel like a lot of people think that that is sacrilege, but I genuinely really enjoy Lightning Returns combat. It's not perfect, it's got lots of issues, but I like that I can make my own decisions in combat, I can react to things, I can play around with magic and then do sword attacks and stuff. I like that a lot, and I love lightning, so getting more lightning is great. At this point, though, lightning is so, like, removed. Like, it's still lightning, it's still her, but, like, the circumstances that we're dealing with and the setting and what is happening, this might as well not be the same game or world or anything that original 13 was. Like, we are jumping the shark. We are... It's so fucked. Like, what? It's 500 years in the future? 1,000 years? Like, time means nothing at this point. I don't... I feel so nothing. I am so exhausted by the story and concept of 13 Lightning Returns. I don't. I can't. The time mechanic actually did not bother me even a little bit. I was really nervous for it at first, but then it like was not a problem at all. So that was cool. Yeah, like, God, and that ending was wild, but at the same time, I don't know if anybody was there for that, but that was really funny. That's up there with me freaking about space. Is that Africa? I'll never forget that. That being said, I don't know. I like Lightning Returns more than 13-2. I still think original 13 is the best of the three. But I don't think any of the games can really shift beyond where they're at. Hold on. Music's really quiet. Enjoy some Nier, but it's Nier from Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, I think that's where I have to leave it. I'd love to talk about it more, Kay, but I think I have to leave it at that. Is that loud enough? Looks like you guys are getting... Bring it up just a touch. Okay. That's... Lightning... Chocobo Racing. Okay, so Chocobo Racing's not on this list. I should have added it. For the sake of the argument, this is Chocobo Racing. Chocobo Fables... Chocobo Tales? Whatever. This is Chocobo Racing. Okay? Got it? Okay, great. That's Chocobo Racing. It's really good. I liked it. It was short and sweet, and it is really hard to rank against other games here, but it was really fun. I was really surprised by how much I enjoyed it. Super, super cute. Not a long story mode. Glad it even had one. Once I got used to the controls and everything, I had a blast. Obviously, I'd play Mario Kart over it any day, I think, but like, feels like it's a really slept-on little kart racer. Like, everybody talks about Crash Team Racing and Diddy Kong Racing and stuff. Chocobo Racing was good. Chocobo Racing was really good. Okay, Chocobo's Dungeon. They don't have the recent Everybody version, but this is Chocobo. This is the Chocobo Dungeon game I played. I think I'd put it about there. It's like, it was fine. Oh gosh, sorry. I don't know if I just don't like Mystery Dungeon games or I didn't really jive with this one. It was fine. The story was like so blah, who cares? Having a buddy was fun. The fact that the original didn't have a buddy probably would bring it down. The story was so nothing, to be honest, but like, just a fine, easy peasy experience. Maybe I'm ranking it too high. Yeah, fuck it, we'll put it there. It was fine. It was just fine. Very, like, in and out. Didn't really take anything from it. Glad I played it. It was cute, and that's about it. Crystal Chronicles. Ooh, I just finished this. Wow, where do I put you? So I'm really nostalgic for this game. As we played it, I did enjoy it, though it did also show its colors of its problems. It doesn't have a deep story or characters, so I think we kind of lose out on that. It does have a story, but because of the way that you can play the game, you can miss the entire story, which sucks. And the characters are non-existent for the most part. The gameplay is cute and simple and fun, but it's a bit of a hollow experience, especially playing it by yourself. And I didn't have anybody to play it with, and I kind of did that on purpose, but I don't know. It's a weird little game. I don't think I can rank it higher. It maybe honestly should go lower. Whoa, what is this? Oh, I see. Play this instead. Yeah. I don't know. It was cute. It really was cute. I don't know. I feel like these side games are confusing me. I'm like, is Chocobo Racing too high if I'm putting Crystal Chronicles down here? No, it was just fun. It's worthy of that spot. And I don't know. It's weird because I want to put Crystal Chronicles higher, but like it really shouldn't. So I'm not gonna. I guess it does tuck in behind 7. Dissidia. Okay, so for the streams, I played Dissidia 012. I did not have a good time. I know a lot of people really like Dissidia, so like, especially these old ones. I can't put it that low, can I? If I'm putting Stranger Paradise, yeah, that feels better. A lot of people really like Dissidia. I was playing it as like a story, finish it ASAP kind of game. It definitely is meant to be like a RPG sort of experience that you like play over time. It's a portable game. You're supposed to like play it like a little bit at a time for a long time. And then, you know, you build up your characters, you get stronger, all that sort of stuff. Playing it the way I did, I think, kind of ruined its experience for me, and I feel a little bit bad about that. But as it is, I think I put it there. I could also rank Dissidia NT. I did not stream that. And I also have a very weird relationship with the newest NT arcade Dissidia, that I actually got to play it as an arcade game in Japan, and it was really fun. But when they ported it onto consoles, the net play was really bad. And it's like weird story mode. You had to like earn over time, but then like your computer partners were like kind of shit. But the fights that I did do were fun, and I want another Dissidia game really badly, so I hope they make more, but I can sort of understand if they're not gonna after the poor reception, and Opera Omnia is gone now, so don't know if we'll be seeing another one anytime soon. I'm crying. Anyway, I don't really have much to say about it. I just didn't have fun, but I think it's mostly my fault for the way I played it. Ooh, the Final Fantasy Legend. Okay, so now this was a weird one because I sort of didn't finish it, and I don't know where to put you. Technically, the Final Fantasy Legend is not a Final Fantasy game. It was not created with the intention of being a Final Fantasy game. It is a Saga game. It was called Final Fantasy Legend in the States, or America, anywhere it was localized. I don't know about Europe, but I assume they did the same thing, because they wanted to put out a game that people would recognize, and they didn't think anybody would buy a game called Saga. So they called it Final Fantasy Legend. This is not a Final Fantasy game, and that is why I didn't feel bad when I sort of cheated, beat the final boss. Sorry. It also cheated me out of a good experience by the end of the game, though. This game is very similar to 4 in that regard. I actually liked I liked a lot of things about Final Fantasy Legend, and it's actually made me wonder if I should play some Romancing Saga games or any of the Saga Frontiers games. But it completely soured my experience at the end. And it was definitely not without a lot of jank and trouble during my experience. I think that finale really, really hurts it, but also it's not without its problems as the game goes along, especially in, I would say, the third act onward. Same with 4, so I'm gonna put these two next to each other and keep going. I don't want to take too much time. It has neat mechanics, decent, kind of weird, kind of janky. It's old. Ooh, okay, hold on. We get to talk about one of my favorite games ever, but again, sad games are very different from all these other games, but it doesn't change the fact that I really, really, really like this game. And yeah, I really like Theater Rhythm. I'm sorry. It has no story, there's no characters, but it's so fucking cute, and I love rhythm games. Maybe, do I put it above 9? Yeah, I do put it above 9. I really like rhythm games. I really do. Final Fantasy, like I said, this is a perfect segue. I could talk about Final Fantasy music forever. We've been listening to Final Fantasy music, except this is Nier music, but whatever, Nier music's amazing. Give me Kaine. Give me Kaine. Yeah, this is such a good song. I fucking love the music of Final Fantasy. I love it. Like, I've been trying to avoid talking about it, about each individual game, and I don't know if I could rank each game's soundtrack one at a time, but like, holy shit, something I didn't even say is that Final Fantasy VIII has such a good soundtrack. I didn't know that going into it. I remember like hearing bits and pieces of it before I even played it, and I was like, these songs are weird, kind of. And I played it, and they're great, and they're so good, and I like really like the music of all these games. Some are better than others. Some of them stand out a lot more than others. But the music of Final Fantasy is like one of the best parts of any of them and all of them. So I think an entire game dedicated to the music is so deserved and good. It's a good rhythm game. You should try it if you like rhythm games. If anything, I think Theatrhythm is what actually inspired this whole process. I played Theatrhythm DS. I played all of them, even the arcade one. And I think that is actually what pushed me to even like get more of an interest in playing every Final Fantasy game. There you go. It's because of Theatrhythm. It's literally because of Theatrhythm. I have it for 3DS, but haven't played it yet. I love it. I don't know. Maybe you won't love it. Maybe I'm crazy, but like I think Theatrhythm is perfect, and it really is thanks to it that I even did all this. So that's your catalyst. I thought it was Crystal Chronicles. Crystal Chronicles was the first Final Fantasy game I think I ever played, and like I also played a little bit of 1 growing up, but like I never finished it. Theatrhythm DS, the first one, is the reason that this is all even happened. It is what gave me the push to try them all. And it's just because of the music. Yep. If there's a lesson to be learned here, it is that Final Fantasy music goes crazy, and it's because of that that I even did this. So, you know. I think I like the music a lot. Anyways, World of Final Fantasy. Ooh, this is a weird little cute game that I also love and dislike all at the same time. That slots in real nice right there. Do I like 13 more than World of Final Fantasy? Yes. Do I like 15 more than World of Final Fantasy? No. World of Final Fantasy goes right in the middle of C, I think. Yeah. It's a cute game. It's got some neat ideas. I loved a lot of the designs. The main 2 characters are awful, and I do not care for the story even a little bit. The world of Final Fantasy is weird. But one thing that I'm realizing, especially as I played more and more of these games, is I fiend for the crossover games now, and I want more crossover games. Because now I recognize everybody and I want to see them all and everything. But yeah. Yeah. It was, unfortunately a pretty blah experience for the most part. I would actually love a sequel that actually gets localized. Final Fantasy Adventure. Okay, so now this is different from the Final Fantasy Legend because I believe Final Fantasy Adventure was made to be a separate game from the Secret of Mana series before they even were a thing yet. Like, this is the first of Mana game. I don't know how its deal is in Japan. Maybe it was released originally as a non-Final Fantasy game. But this is what we got. At least this one has like Moogles and shit. Legend doesn't even have anything connecting to Final Fantasy because it's not a Final Fantasy game. I actually surprisingly enjoyed Final Fantasy Adventure. It is not perfect by any means. Do you get to be B? You get to be? Fuck it. I think Final Fantasy Adventure was actually shockingly interesting. It's a very, very old and kind of dated game, and it definitely had some issues. But it also surprised me with some interesting character moments. Actually, hold on, that's too much. Not perfect, but still very fun. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just gonna leave it right there and move along. Oh, is this our last game? Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. Okay, I guess we're almost done. Okay. Well, I did not like it as much as Adventure. I did like it more than my experience with Dissidia. Did I like it more than this, though? No, so we're gonna swap these. Did I like Mystic Quest more than 8? Not particularly. Did I like it more than... no. Did I like it more than Legend? Yes. Yes, I did. I'm gonna bump you down behind... that doesn't feel right. Yeah, fuck it. God, it feels so weird to be mean to one, but it's just like... it's so simple. It just like... doesn't have a lot going for it. Although I'd rather have a fucking game that works than a game that doesn't, so that's... that's something. I'm so sorry too. But that really do be how I feel. Is that it? Hold on. There's a comment I need to look at that I made where someone was like, hey, can you rank all the fucking games? And I was like, I can fucking try. Where is it? Okay, hold on. I need to see my list. Okay. Okay. Apparently I put Rebirth above Theater Rhythm. Do I feel that way? Maybe, actually. Oh, but 9. I really like Theater Rhythm. Do I really like Rebirth more than Final Fantasy 9? That's a toughie. I'm gonna leave these here for now. Was Chocobo Racing the next? Oh yeah, I guess I didn't put Rebirth and Remake on this original list. I don't think I did. Okay, so that stands. Chocobo Racing, yeah. Oh, Final Fantasy Adventure fell a lot further, but I think that's fair. Crystal Chronicles under Adventure, now put it above. Yeah, I think that's fair after reflecting. Final Fantasy X-2, I've now put above things. Yeah, I think that's fair. Oh yeah, and these aren't all in order. Dirge of Cerberus, Crisis Core Reunion, Remake. Oh, Remake's on here too. And Lightning Returns. Those are the spin-off games? How many is that? Oh, I put Tactics a lot higher than I thought. Oh, and same with Chocobo Dungeon. Dirge. Whatever, fuck it. I think this is as good as it gets. I am a bit bummed that maybe I should find a Chocobo Racing. Give me a sec. I'm gonna see if I can fix this really quickly. Choose the file. Oh, actually, I don't give a shit. If I'm gonna edit this, I'll do it in post. Yeah, I think that's it. Ignore everything below here. I think that's it. I don't think there's anything else. I'm just gonna snip this so that I have it. There is definitely some, I don't know, maybe I could change some things here or there. Okay, I think that's it. I think, so you haven't played every Final Fantasy game? No. Okay, actually, let's reflect on what I haven't played. So this is Final Fantasy Tactics Original. No, I did not play it. I made sure to play every version of every game not every release of every game. Because we played the pixel remasters of everything. I did not play original Dissidia. I played Dissidia 012 because it's pretty much the same game. And I've played NT, but I'm not ranking that on here. Yeah, we played War of the Lions instead. I have not, actually, maybe we could start these. I have not, hold on, Nier, I love you, but just shut up. Too much. Yeah, fuck it, whatever. Okay, let me see. Before Crisis is a mobile game that doesn't exist anymore, so I obviously didn't play it. I have not played something Wings. What is this? I've been told I should maybe play that. I don't know if I will. Brave Exvius is a mobile game that I absolutely do not want to fucking play. Dimensions I've actually heard is good, but I'm wary. Dimensions 2 is apparently completely shit. I don't know what this even is. Echoes of Time? What is this? This must be another mobile game. Oh yeah, Four Heroes of Light is another one that somebody mentioned. I have actually played Explorers, and I don't plan on finishing it. I have no idea what these are. Crystal Bears. I'm not touching the other Crystal Chronicles games, but there are more of them. A2, I've been told I should play. Why is A2 here, but not regular Tactics Advance? Am I missing? I don't know. I didn't make this list. I'm not playing the other Legends games, especially after how much I despised Legends 1. Maybe the other ones are better. Like I said, maybe I need to play. Oh yeah, Revenant Wings. Yeah. It's yeah, connected to 12. Maybe I would appreciate it. Who knows? Yeah, if I'm gonna play another Saga game, I'm gonna do some research and find one that I might actually like. I have touched Opera Omnia. I don't think I really have to talk about it. Final Barline Theater Rhythm is the, oh my god, it's so loud. Theater Barline, or Final Barline Theater Rhythm is the final one, or supposedly for now it's the last one that we've got. They might make more, but this is the most definitive version of Theater Rhythm, so I'm only ranking that one. I have touched Mobius. I don't think it exists anymore. I don't think Record Keeper exists anymore. I can't tell what this one is. King's Tale, all these 15 spin-offs that either don't exist anymore or I don't care to play at all. Fucking mobile garbage. I don't know what the hell Monster Deep is, but whatever. This is War of the Visions, which I think is like a weird mobile game spin-off of Tactics. The First Soldier doesn't exist anymore, so I won't be playing that. This is the original Crisis Core. I played the remake, original Theater Rhythm, another 15 mobile game, and Ever Crisis, which is just a mobile retelling of 7 with some added prequel stuff for Sephiroth. So, according to this list, but there's definitely more, I still have not played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, finished 6, 7-ish games I have not finished. And I don't really plan on it. I'm sorry. I felt like I didn't need to play Revenant Wings. I felt like I didn't need to play any mobile games. I feel like I didn't need to play Four Heroes of Light. I feel like I didn't need to play the After Years of 4. Explorers is pretty much just Monster Hunter. Video games. That's it. That's Final Fantasy. I have thoroughly enjoyed my time in my stay. I want to play, actually, Tactics. I'd love to play Tactics and see if Tactics Advanced or A2 appeal to me more. Because I think a lot of what I didn't like about Tactics Original might be fixed in those versions. Revenant Wings, I've heard, is like a weird tower defense game. But, like, I kind of like 12, so maybe I'll kind of like Revenant Wings. I don't have anything else to really say. This is kind of the end, isn't it? That's weird. This has been fun. Wow, this is very triumphant music to finish off. I'm really glad that I did this. You will see me play more Final Fantasy games at some point. I'll probably stream some 14. I will definitely be playing the new games as they come out. You will definitely be seeing me here for part 3 of the remake games whenever that happens. Final Fantasy is a really cool big series, and I think I kind of get it now, but at the same time, it's weird. I'm coming out of this still not like a huge fan of Final Fantasy, but I always want to keep an eye on it. I always want to check it out every time a new game comes out, and I'm always very excited and curious to see what they create, you know? Fun times, cool games. Glad I got to experience it and share it with all of you. That's it. What are you making faces at? I really do look like Veximon sometimes. You got something to say? Got some feelings, some opinions? You want to hate on me because I didn't like the Final Fantasy Adventure on the Game Boy? I'm a fan of 14, so there's that. I would say I'm a fan of the series, though it comes from more of a place of curiosity than like a die-hard everything in my life has to reflect around 14 or Final Fantasy and such. Yeah. Ramu, get out of here. Oh my god. Wait, there's a song from Shadowbringers that I really love. Where is it? I don't know if I'm gonna find it. I'm not gonna find it. Never mind. I immediately gave up. Whatever, you can listen to this. No, and actually that was something, you know, I'm just gonna pause the music as we're winding down. I had actually like, or when I made my post on Reddit, one of the top posts or comments was, congratulations, you've played more games in the series in 16 months than most people have in the fandom. And I'm like, oh wow. Or yeah, you've played more than almost everybody in the fandom. And I was like, I mean, I guess, and like, again, that's fine. I'm like, it's not about that, but it's just funny. Because like, I think, again, people get really attached to specific games and the concepts of Final Fantasy and such. But that doesn't mean you have to experience them all. And if we've said anything about this while we've been here, is that these games are very different. It's very understandable that people could like one and not another. I don't think there's anybody who likes every single Final Fantasy game. You'd have very broad tastes, and that's great. But like, a lot of these games I finished and was like, man, I didn't really like that. That was Final Fantasy 2 really wasn't my cup of tea, unfortunately. But I'm still really glad that I finally did this, and I'm really looking forward and really hoping that Final Fantasy continues to be a very what's the word I'm looking for? Unique and ever-changing series. I think that is what makes it interesting. Anyway, I'm sure I'll be talking about it until the day I die. Final Fantasy is not leaving my scope entirely, but I think it's time we move on to some new games finally. Actually, what's fucked up is that one of my first planned games after this is Dragon Quest. One of my friends was like, okay, after you play all these Final Fantasy games, you have to finally play Dragon Quest. And I'm like, so we're going from a Square Enix RPG to another Square Enix RPG. I'm only playing 4 for now. I think we agreed on 4 was their recommendation. And then I might play another one down the road. But I think we need to wean off of Final Fantasy, and Dragon Quest seems like a good way to go about it. So that'll happen at some point. I think it might be immediately what we do next, but I've been playing a lot of 14 lately, so maybe I'll stream that as well. After that, another sort of not Final Fantasy is Vagrant Story. I've been really wanting to play that. And then, once again, still RPGs, but finally not a Square Enix one, I don't think, is my friend really wants me to play Baten Kaitos, which is a old-ass RPG no one's talked about in a million years. It just got a port. And I'm sort of debating if I'm going to do that one right away, but that'll come and go, I'm sure. And then after that, I don't know. I really am unsure what to do after all this. You should play Genshin Impact. I think I would rather actually stream Zenless Zone Zero. That might happen. We might do that instead. but I don't think I want to play Genshin Impact. I already have feelings about that game from being on the outside looking in, but maybe, probably not. We'll see. I don't know. There's many games out there. There's so much that wants my attention. But I was like, I don't know if you are. And I mean, that's fine if anybody wanted me to, but I don't think I would. Anyway, that's going to be it for me. Thank you. This has been a blast. I am very happy to have been able to do all this and share it with everybody, but I think it's time to hang up the crystals while we're here. I like Genshin, but not like totally in love with it. I haven't played it in almost a year. Seems like there's a lot to like about it. I can't deny that. Anyway, no, I'm gonna go. I'm very hungry, so I'm gonna go deal with that. Thank you, Final Fantasy. Thank you, every person that made video games. You're very cool. I will continue to play video games. And some of them will be Final Fantasy games. Bye, 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 bye. Thank you. Wait. We can't end this without one more thing. Hold on. Hold on. We gotta end it on one last song. Hold on. There's one song I can't not let this go out on. Yeah, thanks whoever the fuck funds Square. Thank you for video games. Hold on, I'm not ready to go yet. I'm not ready. Don't make me go. I don't want to go. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? Come on. Oh, wait. Almost. There we go. God, that's... I didn't realize how much the opening theme, how much bass it had. Damn. Oh, wait, this is the opening theme. No, that was what I wanted. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, music. Yeah, what's this guy? This guy's Nobuo Uematsu. Yeah, thank you for making a gajillion good-ass songs, including... who else? Soken does a lot of the music for 14. Thank you, Soken. Thank you, everybody. Please keep making music and games and stuff, because I will consume all of it. Okay, that's really it for me. I got nothing else to say. Moogles. That's it for me. Everybody, please take care. Go play a Final Fantasy game. I don't know, maybe you'll surprise yourself. Bye-bye. Bye. And thank you. Bye-bye.